ahead and get this going here. Chop chat, audio test, as we always do. You guys are aware of this. Alright. Oh, actually, you changed my category on that. I just realized. I have it defaulting to gaming. We'll say film and animation. Alright, let's check the audio here. Okay. Okay, audio seems to be fine. Move on. Alright. Get out there. Do what we usually do. I don't know why I closed that entirely, but I did. For reasons. Yeah. Actually, for no reason. Nope, no reasons at all. Okay. Alright. So, actually, I had a side one here, so that works. Happen to have another one open. Alright. So, here we are. Let me adjust my microphone just a bit here. There we go. Hey guys, Rage here. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome to, I wouldn't say something that's long overdue, but something I've been thinking about for a while. Ever since I saw Shang-Chi, and I went ahead and I made that 2-hour review of it, which it could have been a good 20 minutes, maybe 30 at the most, but I decided to go over the whole film, right? Blow by blow, exactly what I felt was wrong with it, and because that film disrespected me on a personal level. It made promises it didn't keep. It was the first time the MCU genuinely disappointed me. And recently, with Thor Love and Thunder, it's been another in a long line of disappointments. Now, since that, right, I was thinking, well, what if I did a stream where I went over the script for Shang-Chi and offered some solutions to it? And that was an idea I've had for a little while now. But really, after seeing Thor Love and Thunder and the reaction to it and everything that's been going on, I realized I need to do a stream talking about the whole thing, right? Not just like one topic here, one topic there. I very well could do that. And maybe I could succinctly do smaller reviews that are, because I have a couple of movie reviews on my channel, which I found fun to do. That's just littler, things to talk about. But holy shit. I just need to talk about the MCU and superhero films and all this stuff that it's just irritating me at this point what's happening with it. And we're just going to go over all of it, and I'm going to try to talk about it as just directly as possible as I can, and if that means I show some clips to demonstrate some things, and I have to fight the YouTube bot over that, and I have to, if that means I end up with 20 or 30 claims on a couple of minute-long clips in this, all right, so be it. I'll just because just recently, I think just today or 2 days ago, I think I got something in my Gmail that was like, oh yeah, by the way, we released the claim on Predator. Only one of them. The other one, for some reason, I didn't get anything back from the no, not Monster Hunter, Monster High fucking advertisement that was playing. That one didn't come back to me. The other one did, but that one still in the wings on that one. So it's like, okay, some of it yes, some of it no. I don't know. Anyway, but we're gonna start with the MCU today, talk about that whole thing, and here or there I might mention other things as it pertains to the superhero movie and to entertainment and what a fan of something should expect and when is it okay to sort of adapt something and change something. So I want to start with I don't know if I want to start with the Twitter stuff or not. Let's keep it to an overview of the MCU first, and then we'll start getting into some of the stuff that spurred this sort of stream and why I've been doing this. So let's see MCU phases. So I want to see if there's a nice succinct picture for this. I intentionally didn't look this up beforehand just because I'm gonna look at it either way, so I might as well do it organically rather than preparing it. Because if I'm preparing it, I might as well just do a fully edited, scripted review, and that's different. So I think let's see. I mean, there's a million of these. Of course, I have to go to Reddit. I have to open Reddit just to get to this friggin' picture. just to get to this one picture. Okay. Um. So let's see. This is phase one, phase phase lineup 1 through 5, the hex version. See, I don't know if I'm just trying to find like them in order of like how they're supposed to come out, how it's supposed to work. Um, because this is phase 4. My God, look at phase 4. Phase 4 is huge. There's so much happening with it. Yeah, I'm trying to find just a chart of it. Like MCU phases. Yeah, let's go in order. Maybe I'll find some in order. This looks like an okay chart. This looks like the Marvel phase up lineup chronology, right? Of like when things are and what happened by year, I think. Yeah, first 10 years. So this is leading up to phase 4, and phase 4 is obviously the new stuff. Yeah, this image is kind of small. Why is it? What the fuck is this image size? I'm searching. Was I not searching for large? I'm pretty sure I said large. Oh, every time you do a new search, you have to read it. Okay, so maybe this is like a bigger version here. Hopefully. I just want the image to be clear. It's clear enough. I don't know. Let's see if we can't find one better, though. Something a little more succinct. Maybe this. Because we got... Here's the cinematic universe. So this seems to be going in order of release. Yeah, because it was it was Iron Man, then Iron Man 2, then Thor, then Captain America. That's what... And then we got up to the Avengers. Okay, I do remember that. Yeah. And then Dark World, and then... Yeah, so this does seem to be sort of in order. Let's see. Oh, this one's on Pinterest. Isn't that interesting? My puns are terrible. Whoa, big image. Okay, so this one's pretty clear. Like with the order of things. Inhumans? No, there was no Inhumans thing. Yeah, that looked like maybe somebody was making that up. Again, I'm just trying to find something chronological. You think Marvel themselves would have had like some sort of yeah, what is MCU's phase 3? Like, do you think Marvel themselves will put this out? But I don't know. The Nendo order, Stephen Ford on. Remember the Star Wars machete order? Well, there's a new watch order. Oh, okay. This is just a watch order. Guys, I don't want a watch order. I want in order of release. Like, when did they come out? That's what I'm looking for. Hold on. What about this one? This one looks like it might be pretty succinct. Yeah, this is that Hex version one we saw before. So this way you have like 2 different versions we can kind of go back on. They do seem to have the same. This just seems to be a revision. So there's this and this. I'm just kind of flicking back and forth here to check. All the information on this seems to be the same. It seems to be the same chart, and then they just kind of extended it. So we'll use this one. We'll use this one. Thank you to somebody here from I don't know. This guy named himself Stanley. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know. Well, whoever this was on Reddit, thanks. You know, here's the thing: if somebody knows how to read, I don't go on Reddit, so I don't know where the usernames are and whatnot. But I don't know. Anyway, the image itself a little bit blurry, but we can tell what everything is, and I'll be talking about it. But actually, before I begin, I did forget one thing before stream. I needed to go get a drink, so I will leave you guys with this, and I'm gonna go grab that, and I will be right back. All right, we are back. What is that? Is that? I just realized. What is this? What's this image of Iron Man? Is that Iron Man mixed with the scene from Avatar where like all the little glowy dudes land on Jake Sully. That's kind of cool, actually. Okay. Okay, good. So this does seem to have a couple of dates on it, just because these are like where they were slated for, and then these don't have any dates with them. But these are like in order, it would seem. Okay. So to recap the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and it's ever fucking expanding, which a couple years ago is what we wanted, right? You go back 5 years, and you know we would have been around like the really cool stuff, and like, oh, here comes Doctor Strange, and here comes Civil War, and whatever, and we're just coming off of Age of Ultron, and actually, let's see, Marvel films in 25. Yeah, but well, when I say 5 years, I mean the first out of the first 10 years. So yeah, that would have been around 2015 because let's see here. No, that's not what I want. I was just looking for like stuff coming out. Yeah, here we go. Upcoming from 2013, 2015. I mean, we were looking forward to like Iron Man 3 and then Thor Dark World. Yikes. Then there was then was Winter Soldier, and then there was Avengers 2, which we now know to be called Age of Ultron. And then Guardians of the Galaxy, and like all this stuff where it wasn't just like, here's the Avengers and now we're gonna do a million movies with the Avengers. It was, hey, we got the Avengers, now we're gonna start introducing other stuff. Here's this guy, here's Ant-Man, and here's and he's just in time for Civil War. And Civil War introduces us to the new Spider-Man, who gets his own movie. And this was peak, right? This was peak time to be an MCU fan and to be a fan of superheroes, because we were getting like an amazing like new thing with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We had never had anything close to that. The closest you could come would be like the DC animated universe, which had your Batman. You'd have your like you have your Batman shows, your Superman, and then Batman Beyond and all this, and so you would get that, right. And that was okay, and that was pretty good, and people liked those. But that was niche because not only was it superheroes when superheroes still weren't big because of this, but it was also animated. So animation itself it's a niche within film, which pisses me off because animation is film, and people that are like, oh well, no, I don't want to watch all this animated stuff. It's like, dude, if these movies had been animated, they would have been so much less expensive because you don't have like all you'd be paying for would be voice acting. It would be way easier to make it, and it would have looked way more interesting at the whole. And that's not saying it's bad, right? Like I love the way it looked up to a certain point, but man, shit got fucking wacky. Um, but let's just start with like the roots of the MCU and where it comes from. So we had a very rough opening with Phase One, right? There is, without question, only one reason the MCU succeeded, and that was because people already wanted more superhero content. I say this because Iron Man, we look at Iron Man, the first movie, right? The first film came out in 2008, right? Now, let's go superhero films 2000 to 2008. What exactly did we have in this entire category for superhero films in the 2000s? So we had superhero films, right? We had The Adventures of Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Woo. Ghost Rider was coming out around the same time as Iron Man, right? That was around the same time. We had Hancock, which was your real gritty, and I love Hancock. I think Hancock's a nice precursor to something like The Boys being on television. And, it doesn't get the same kind of, like, it came out around the same time as Iron Man. It doesn't get the same kind of praise just because it's more of an off kind of B movie. But it's still pretty good. You had your Incredible Hulk, which a lot of people were like, what the hell? But this is the thing, is we had a couple things here and there. We had some other Crow movies that didn't do too well. You had Blade Trinity, right? You had Blade 2 and Blade Trinity coming off of course, the 90s phenomenon Blade, right? And all that. Elektra, so we were trying to do Daredevil and Elektra at the time. Wasn't great until, as we know, anything to do with the Defenders wasn't. The Defenders being Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Danny Rand, so Iron Fist, and Daredevil, obviously. So anything to do with the Defenders didn't really pop off until Netflix started doing it later, right? When Netflix made their shows, that was the prime version of those characters that people wanted to see. They were that like to this day, people are like, "Wow, that's fucking fantastic." And then of course that rolled off into Punisher, right? Punisher got his own series, which with John Bernthal, I mean, goddamn, perfect casting. We had Fantastic Four, right? Now the key here I'm trying to get at is that there was an interest, right? We had X-Men kind of pushing some stuff and trying to do that with X-Men and X2 and then X-Men: The Last Stand, so 2006. So we had that. But the thing that I think a lot of people look back on, without a doubt, as the thing. No. When I type Spider-Man Google, I don't want to talk about Tobey Maguire. I ain't talking about No Way Home. I'm talking about the Spider-Man. The actual Spider-Man. Not that there's anything wrong with Tom Holland. He's doing the best he can with the writing. But this is one reason that the MCU succeeded. And it's a shame what they did to Sam Raimi, saddling him to Multiverse of Madness, that garbage-ass project that was just awful. So no, 2002. This was peak time to be a superhero fan, right? We went from... We were starting to get it, right? We were starting to get Spider-Man and the X-Men and all of this. That left an opening for the MCU, right? There's a reason Iron Man got the mass appeal it did. Because people had seen Spider-Man and they had seen X-Men, and now this new thing with Iron Man was coming out. Well, okay, I remember Iron Man, right? He's got those comics, right? The Marvel thing. And then people went and saw Iron Man. And they finally got what we were missing with this prototyping phase of Spider-Man and X-Men. And personally, I love the Spider-Man trilogy. I think it's damn near flawless, right? Same thing with the X-Men trilogy. I think it's beautiful, right? But I can understand some people being more up or down about certain things. I think we can all agree Blade was fucking perfect, though, and the MCU is going to butcher the character of Blade. He's going to be nowhere close to Wesley Snipes' Blade, just because he can't do, like, oh my god, Disney's not going to let him actually be Blade. But anyway, the thing is that this was the primer, right? You had Spider-Man, you had Blade and Spawn and, whatever else, these sort of action 90s, kind of trying to sneak the superheroes in, like, okay, what if we do this, what if we do that? And Blade was fucking perfect. That's great. Awesome. Love it. But then you get into, like, Blade 2 and Blade Trinity, and people think it got a little wacky with Trinity, but it still held together as, like, a fun adventure vampire killer thing, like action, like, alright, cool. But then you have, like, Blade got people interested enough to where a couple years later they were like, hey, that Blade thing did pretty good. The studios are sitting there going, the Blade thing did pretty good. Clearly, there's, like, all these guys that want to see superheroes in a film. Well, let's take the biggest, most well-known one, which was Spider-Man, right? Everybody, even if you never read a comic, you knew exactly who Spider-Man was. And then this hit, and it was like, wow, now everybody in the whole world would know Spider-Man, as defined by Tobey Maguire and Sam Raimi, like how they crafted that and how that was performed. And we had this amazing trilogy, and then we had the X-Men alongside it. So people were looking at Spider-Man going, wow, okay, that's cool, but, it's a little goofy, right? There's maybe this CGI and whatnot's not really there yet. Okay, what else do we have? Oh, look, there's this thing called X-Men, right? And again, even people who weren't comic readers knew what the X-Men were. They knew they existed. They were a thing, right? The mutants were a thing in comics. And then they went and saw the X-Men movies and like, wow, this is really cool. And really, it's, but again, the CGI might be a little iffy in certain areas, but it was good action. Hugh Jackman and Charles Xavier, being played obviously by Patrick Stewart, carrying that. And then to continue the tradition of, it's a little goofy, but it looks great. That's the thing, is like, Iron Man, now, the thing with Iron Man is it finally satisfied both halves. It was carried by Robert Downey Jr.'s performance, right? Made him synonymous with the character. And the other thing is that it actually looked fantastic. You can watch it today. I mean, Jesus Christ. We can look at, like, if I look up the Iron Man first fight, yeah, Iron Man 1 fight scene, literally, this scene is fucking iconic in special effects at this point.
once I did tell.
Oh, shut up. Oh wait, no. Actually, no. I like this ad. Never mind. This is the old lady ad. This is the old lady's ball, and hell yeah, I love this ad. I don't know why I keep getting it, but it's here. It is. Anyway, oof. Why is there an HD clip of this? Okay, no, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Just want like the normal ass scene, please. I mean, even yeah, because again, it's mostly practical effects. I mean, the final fight's perfect actually. God, it'd be great if I could get this in some format that doesn't look like shit. Because everybody wants to like upscale it and whatever, and it's like, yeah, Iron Man versus Ironmonger. This looks like it might be okay. Yeah, okay, this is about on par with it. It's in 720, but that's good. We're gonna get. But I mean, if you look at this, janky frames. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Can we get can we get one of these that looks okay? This is a 4K Ultra HD, right? Sure, this will work. I'm actually gonna crank it down a little bit.
Where do you think you're going?
Look at that. That's fully a CG suit, by the way. There's nothing practical about that suit. That's a full CG suit. The lighting works.
Services are no longer required.
Like, look at how good this looks. Here comes Iron Man. Boom! Look at how good this looks. Because they're mixing that practical with the CGI and everything. This is not just shit on CGI. Obadiah in this, in the Ironmonger suit, that's a fully CGI suit. And that's the first time they really started doing full CGI replacements and stuff, and really starting to nail it. But it looks so good that today you can look at it and it's still just fantastic, right? All the little, like, the suit up scenes and all that, it just looks good to watch. So the visuals hold up, the storytelling holds up, the performance holds up, and that's what the MCU had going for it for a very, very long time. You had Iron Man, then you had Incredible Hulk. Okay, Hulk was rough. Hulk was very rough. But there was still weight to it. There was still this feeling of impact and all this. And so you could look over some of the more failings in the CGI department, because it was 2008. At the time, computer graphics hadn't come super far yet. Like, we were still trying to figure it out. And, but then we have Iron Man 2, right? With, the drones, and they're all flying around and doing all the fight stuff. We have Thor. Thor was gorgeous, right? Anyone that looks at Thor like, oh no, it's a problem. Like, bro, the fucking... Like, look at the intricacies in this fucking thing. It's in broad daylight. Now, for those that don't understand, in computer-generated images, right? CGI. In CGI, you have... Why are there, like... That's a weird-ass thing for Lego Thor to have. But in CGI, basically anything that's like direct daytime sunlight is your enemy, essentially, because it's hard to work that. But this scene makes it work. Breaks with these fucking ads. We get it, YouTube. We get it. Stop with the ads. Like, holy shit. Just like I'm seeing ads on literally everything. It's like, dude, once in a while it's fine, but come on. It's obnoxious. Excuse me. But, like, look at this. This is purely in fucking sunlight. That is Chris Hemsworth, right? Thor. This is a street with practical destroyed effects. This is filmed, like, if not on location, then on a decent fucking backlight or something. Look at the way it looks. You cannot look at that CGI. You cannot look at that and tell me that that's a problem. Look at this! Look at this fucking suit! The cloth folds in the center. The gaudy helmet with the gigantic horns. The little bit of rippling armor, the little bit of scaling, right? Look at that. With the fire coming from in it, the way it's animated, the way it moves. I mean, you look at this. It's beautifully shot. Now, your brain still recognizes that it is CGI. Of course it will, right? But you felt like it fit. You felt like it had some kind of fucking weight to it. The slow-mo really helps here. And just the way it's shot, the cinematography in general. I mean, look at this. Here's Odin crying for his son. The artistry of this shot. Phase 4 of the MCU wishes it had 10% of the emotion in this shot. Like, bro, it's fucking nuts. And then cutting it back with the scene of, him enchanting the hammer. Here comes the hammer. And then, it gets all electrified. Uh-oh, we all turn around, we see, look at that. Not only do we have this robot in broad daylight, which is already a challenge for the VFX team, they put this lightning flash on it as well, which again changes the way it looks lighting wise. But look at all of this just stuff that makes it look this good. And you look at the lightning bolt and you go, oh, that's not really what a lightning bolt should probably look like. But then your brain goes, oh, well, it's fine because it's all, it's all comic book. We accept that as the new reality. Also, this fucking suit is so good. Why the hell did they give him, like, the best suit and the best helmet and everything in the first Thor movie and then never used it again? But again, it looks fantastic, right? It to this day holds up because the VFX department did their job. Captain America has amazing visuals. I mean, if we look, I retweeted something recently that was showing off the different stuff that will help me illustrate my point here. If I go down the thread, where the fuck is it? When did I retweet this? God. Hang on. No, it might be in retweets and tweets and replies. So it might be just considered a normal tweet because I'm looking for one like pictures in it like that. But tweets, replies. I think technically it would count as a tweet, so it'd be easier not to have to filter through the replies to find it. At least I think so. I don't know. Twitter's fucking weird, man. There should just be a button to see the shit you retweeted and not have it treated as a tweet. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about this though. We're definitely talking about this. But yeah, fucking where is it? Here we go. This is the one. So this is posted by Brendan Hodges. Good dude. And he says, in lieu of Love and Thunder, it's wild how the MCU used to have a mild, if not strong, sense of visual style in Phase 1. Phase 1 is pretty uneven for me, but there's a sense they were trying to make distinct but slightly standard, at the time, blockbusters, and let each filmmaker make it their movie. Low contrast, flat, wet concrete, house style hadn't yet become ubiquitous, right? I didn't like Eternals, but the biggest causality of its critical or financial failure won't be how or if we see these characters again. It's that the first truly visually unique Marvel movie in a decade was a risk that didn't pay off. I will admit, Eternals did look pretty interesting. The costume designs and some of that. The movie is garbage. It's still garbage, right? That movie is a goddamn 0 out of 10. But visually speaking, Eternals did have a certain look to it. It does feel unique. It does stick in my brain. So yeah, it didn't pay off. Whereas No Way Home, cookie cutter MCU did, right? Okay. A lot of people point to Winter Soldier as what pushed Feige to universalize that wet concrete, low contrast look, but I actually think it began with the Avengers. Correct. If you compare how the Avengers film looks with everything that came after the Avengers, you will notice they found the one thing that looks exactly how it's supposed to look, and anything else that deviates is some sort of travesty, right? So they always make it look exactly like the Avengers now, right? The original Avengers film. Okay. Seamus McGarvey fares better than most, but this was the beginning, right? So this is the first time we saw it, so it wasn't overdone yet. Okay. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how hard some of Multiverse of Badness goes in trusting Raimi. And again, Multiverse of Badness, it has some interesting visuals, but again, the writing sucks. The ingenuity of it sucks. There's just mostly it's a bunch of crap on screen. You can literally feel his sense of authorship constantly pulled back to color inside the lines. Literally, like, look at these shots from Multiverse of Madness. They're unique. The color grading here, the light being thrown off by these red orbs, right? It's wacky. Like the way this is tilted, you've got this natural light coming through the like panes here, like the window panes or whatever they call them. And you can see the pattern of the shadow landing on him, right? It makes this really solid image, right? And this is the kind of stuff you can do. Like I will be the first to say the cape in this, the texture quality and everything in the cape here, fantastic. It really feels real when you look at it. And then, you had zombie strains. That was an interesting take. I don't know if I fully agreed with the idea, but it was cool in the moment, right? Yeah, so, like, these are the images, though, guys. This is what I'm trying to get across. The simple composition, the dirt, the dust in the air, right? What draws you in? Bam, he's gold. Bam, his eyes are the brightest thing in the frame, so you just see it. Here's Captain America. Bright shield, high contrast against the desaturated costumes and the desaturated environment, right? The people are in more light than the environment, and Cap is in the most light with his, highly saturated, bright shield. Okay? Look at Thor. I am so goddamn sick of all this nonsense from these Twitter and YouTube and Marvel fucking shills lately that are like, oh, well, nobody liked Thor 1 and 2. And we'll talk about that more later. But I just, like, look at this, guys. Look at this. The lighting catching every little groove in his suit with all that scaled armor. The wind whipping back, right? Whipping his hair back, this golden city of the gods in the stars, right? Rainbow Bridge, but it's not just a couple of stripes of color. It's this kind of RGB bridge that's like filtering between all the colors at once, and it's got this sort of gray, like, texture crystal to it, like that kind of look. Loki, whenever you impact something on the bridge, there's this light that comes out from it, right? So him laying there creates this, like, it's like when if you were to touch your screen, if you were to take your screen right now and you push on a certain part, that's the same thing, right? The color distorts around it because you're putting the LED under pressure, putting the monitor under pressure, and it makes it look that certain way. Look, I'm not even gonna say anything about this. I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm not gonna spoon feed this to you guys. If you can't see why this looks better than current Marvel, I need you to just fuck off and not talk to me. Like, it's just gorgeous. Him standing there, the red cape, the fucking people, right? Look at this massive crowd of people. Now, again, a lot of this is plates, so it's like maybe like this first 2 or 3 rows of people is real, and then they kind of just did CGI doubles. But it still works. They fill the space. Here's even framing. Here's Odin, big gold throne, gaudy as hell. Love it. Beautiful. So that's the way that it used to look. Then we have a problem. We get the Avengers. Phenomenal film. Has like only one of the handful of musical numbers in the MCU that anyone even can remember. They're like, bro, the fact that like Batman in like the 90s had a better like soundtrack than anything in Marvel. Like, there's there's only a couple, we could do. Captain America had, the Star Spangled Man with a plan, but nothing in the actual soundtrack itself, nothing in the score, nothing in the actual, like, originally composed music for these films strikes you. Other than, like, Avengers. It had, like, sort of the like, it had that kind of theme song, right? And that's been the Avengers theme song since that movie. And that's fine, but the problem is that, like, it makes everything else around it look worse because of the way that you don't have an Ant-Man theme song. You don't have a Guardians of the Galaxy theme song, unless you want to count the licensed music, in which case, again, you're not really being original. You're just taking music people already like and putting it on top of the Guardians, right? Captain America doesn't have any, like, musical beats associated with it, like, nothing sticks in my brain, right? But to this day, I could hum you the Batman theme song from the 90s movies, the one that was, like, really, popular in that sort of era of Batman, Batman Forever, Batman, what was it? It was like Batman Returns, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, right? With Arnold Schwarzenegger. In that sort of trio, you have the Dun 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 dun. Right? You have Batman's theme song was established and used over the course of those three movies. Every time he was on the go and he was coming in to do hero shit, you heard the theme song. It establishes it, right? I could sing you like every fucking verse from Ben 10 right now if you wanted me to. Why? It played at the beginning of every episode of Ben 10. It's his theme song. So we have not only do we have this like we already talked about like how the color gets fucked up and how everything after Avengers kind of starts having the same look. And that's not to say the VFX team doesn't do their job. I respect the art team. Like my god, they're put under such pressure from Disney, especially with Love and Thunder. And my god, I feel so bad for those guys because they have so much to do. Like they're sleeping in their office, they're getting crunched on making all this shit just because Disney doesn't want to give them 5 fucking minutes to do it right. So they're just like, go, go, go. We need it now. It's like, no, Disney, relax. Let it simmer. Let people sit for a minute before you start pumping out the next piece of content. But no, of course they can't do that because they don't care. They want your money, right? They don't care about the characters. They don't care about the integrity of the franchise. They just don't fucking care. So then we get Iron Man 3, right, which some people regard as like a bad film. They just clearly didn't pay attention to the plot. It's actually a pretty good fucking story of Tony and how he deals with trauma and all that. Thor: Dark World actually like yeah, the whole plot and everything in Thor: Dark World. And again, I haven't gone back and watched it like ever because I felt like one time was enough to get the story. But when you look at Thor: Dark World, it's like okay, you still have the dynamic of Thor and Loki, right? That kind of gets established. You get the great performances from both of them. You get the whole thing with Jane Foster, and you get and then you get obviously the death of Thor's mother, right? I think I'm pretty sure that happens in Dark World. Um, is it? Does it happen in Dark World? Pretty sure. Hold on. Thor: Dark World. Thor. Pretty sure she dies, right? In Dark World, the death of Thor's mother. Yeah, it was in Dark World. Yes. So yeah, that's like we get certain beats in that again kind of overpower the main narrative, right? Kind of the same thing with Winter Soldier when you think about it. These sort of like side setup films didn't have the strongest like major plots, but the minor plots and the character development and the like continuation of the universe outside of oh my god, Earth is in danger, right? Like Iron Man 3, Earth wasn't really in danger. It just had like some guy that, was the like it was basically a repetition of Iron Man 2 where it was going to be this like military industrial complex type thing. It was going to be this guy takes a weapon and sells it, right? That's kind of the theme with Iron Man, right? Thor, right? He uses his godly power to sacrifice himself and his love for the greater good of the realms to keep Loki from, like blowing up Jotunheim, right? To keep him, which I mean, I don't know if he technically succeeded or not, because by that time I feel like the crust of the planet might have got fucked up, but I don't know. But he sort of the self-sacrifice thing with Thor, right? Thor had to sacrifice his life. It kind of goes like this: Thor lost himself, right? He had the death of his former self and the birth of his new self, where he had to learn to be more humble. Thor: Dark World, he has the death of his mother, and how does that affect him, right? And then you have Thor: Ragnarok, the death of his father, the death of his people, and the idea that like his world, his entire world is going to be gone, and he'll have to lead his people to a new one. And how will he be the king then? And and again, I think that's what held Ragnarok together through the jokes and all that. And I liked Ragnarok. You guys can go back and look at my initial review of it when I went and first saw it. I made a review of Ragnarok where I thought it was really funny. I thought it was colorful. I thought it was really nice. And you had stuff like Guardians of the Galaxy. You had Age of Ultron, which again, big character performance from who is he? He's in like everything. He's a fantastic actor. No, I'm pretty sure I typed Ultron actor Google. I didn't type Age of Ultron actors. I don't give a fuck about Elizabeth Olsen and all this. I know who they are. Trying to find like, fuck, is it James Spader? Yes, it is James Spader. James Spader, he's great. He's in The Blacklist. He's in all kinds of stuff. Boston Legal. Fucking love James Spader's character. He's fantastic. But yeah, no, we had great character work by James Spader on that one for Ultron. Even though there was contention about the design of Ultron, I thought it looked okay. Compared to like the comic stuff, okay, maybe, but they were clearly doing something with like the mouth. They wanted that face in there so you could do the motion capture properly. Then you got Ant Man. Ant Man was cool, right? Because then you have like this offshoot of the Avenger. Like he's not actually an Avenger yet. It's just kind of this guy in his own world doing his own thing. And again, Ant Man kind of gets a rehash of Iron Man, where the technology he's using is going to be abused by somebody else and sold to the highest bidder, and he has to stop that, right? And it's a cool, fun little side story with Ant Man, right? Then we get Civil War. So Civil War sort of is our Avengers Part Two, right? It's like halfway through the whole thing, right? The whole storyline of the MCU in the first 10 years. So we started by building up a couple characters, and then we introduced the Avengers, right? We built up a couple more characters. We introduced Civil War, right? We build up a couple more characters. We get to Infinity War. So that's sort of the pattern they followed. But we get to Civil War, and Civil War is so fucking cool, right? You had your heroes against your heroes and whatever. But this is where things started going awry, right? This is where we started to get lots and lots of emphasis on these green screen environments and less on the practical stuff and less on the artistic side of things. And it was more, you know, how many characters can we cram into this thing? Like the fact that they established Ant-Man before they established Spider-Man, but they threw Spider-Man into Civil War, and then you watch Spider-Man. So it's like, so it's just kind of weird. But then we have Guardians of the Galaxy, and the Guardians of the Galaxy, they follow their namesake. They are Guardians of the Galaxy. They do not get involved with Earth until Infinity War, where they had to get involved with Earth, right? We had to get to that point because Thanos was threatening the rest of the galaxy. So they weren't protecting Earth, they were protecting the galaxy, and that was a big fight, right? Doctor Strange had to stop Dormammu, and again, a lot like Thor, it was really good because you had a guy who he got humbled, and then he had to realize like, oh, my character's different now. I have to be a different person, right? And I can't just be this guy anymore. I have to sacrifice myself for the greater good, etc., etc. And then you get Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, which has, like, oh, here's the first one is Peter dealing with the death of his the death of his mother, right, in the flashback, and then he's like finding this new sort of family he's got, right, and they're stopping some fucking guy. Who was the bad guy in Guardians of the Galaxy? I can't remember. Again, Disney has this problem of like these throwaway characters. Basically, every time a villain shows up in the MCU, they are defeated, and you literally never hear from them again. Zemo being an exception because they just didn't kill him. Like most of these guys just end up dead, right? The Dark Elves in Dark World dead. This guy dead, right? The what's his name? Ivan, whatever the fuck. Yeah, he's dead. Killmonger or Warmonger dead, right? Fucking Mandarin dead, right? And then Captain America, Red Skull, effectively dead. He got sent to another planet basically, and he's gone. So dead. Um, Thor, Loki, dead until he popped back up. But Loki effectively dead. Avengers, Loki comes back, but now we're dealing with Loki and Thanos. Whatever. Loki gets captured, right? Okay. So Loki keeps popping back up, but again, only because they wanted him to be a hero, right? They wanted him to evolve over time, become more of a good guy with this whole Loki series and all that. Can't just let the bad guy be a bad guy. But again, Loki from the start wasn't really like a bad guy. He was just choosing to be a bad guy because he thinks that fulfills his power fantasies and revenge against Thor and so on and so forth. Yeah. So we got Guardians of the Galaxy. Whoever. Yeah, that was the whole Power Stone thing. That was the guy going around with the hammer. That he wanted to go get like the artifact thing, and that was like actually one of the Infinity Stones. And then you have Doctor Strange, right? He's got the Time Stone. Guardians of the Galaxy 2, that was Peter dealing with the death of his like surrogate father, right? His of Yondu, right? and Yondu dies in that, and that's like the aftermath of having to deal with his real dad and all this, and he has to go on without him, and that's kind of all right. They have Spider-Man, and Spider-Man, I thought the start of Spider-Man was pretty good. It's pretty interesting. Couple of jokes here or there that, yeah, like it's more modern humor, so I'm like, okay, yeah, it's this, that, and the other. Thor Ragnarok, fun, colorful, had some really serious bits, but this was, like, okay, it's pretty good, right? Pretty good. We liked it. Black Panther, mediocre film. Not like, oh, it's the worst film in the world, because it's not. It's just kind of like the whole thing with Killmonger, and it's where like the bad writing starts to seep in of like illogical choices for characters. So like in Black Panther, you had like, oh, well, Killmonger is going to challenge for the throne. Yeah, but he wasn't there for challenge day. He's not really like one of you, right? Because he's, flimsy writing like that starts to appear. We then have Infinity War, right? Infinity War Part 1, Part 2, right? We have that going on. And then we have Ant-Man and the Wasp, right? Okay, cool. Sequel to Ant-Man. We introduce the Wasp, you know. And then we get to this. We get to Captain Marvel. And again, I was not like I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I thought it was a fun film, right? I thought it was just kind of fun to watch her punch people. That's about it. But for character and for story, Captain Marvel just ain't it. Um, and then we get to Endgame, a swan song, a beautiful ending to the MCU. Fantastic. Only problem, Iron Man dead. Thor off with Guardians wherever he was doing his shit. Captain America dead. I mean, Black Widow dead. You had fucking so basically all you were left with for the Avengers was Ant-Man, who has yet to get another film, by the way. We have to wait for, oh god, he's not even like getting one in phase 4. Are we actually waiting till phase 5 for Ant-Man? Really? Where's the next Ant-Man? Yeah, Quantumania. Ant-Man and the Wasp and Quantumania. That's the one. So we have to wait until after 2023 just to see one more thing with Ant-Man. Like, bro, really? We just saw him in Ant-Man and the Wasp. So he's going to be doing what? Basically nothing for the next however many in-universe years that this happens over? Until we get to Quantumania, right? So, Captain Marvel was sort of the beginning and the end. But it's kind of just a precursor so that we can establish that she exists. And then, but again, the writing becomes flimsy here because it's like, okay, well, here's Captain Marvel. What was she doing for all those years, right? When Earth was in danger and the Avengers were happening, where was she? Where was Spider-Man, right? When you retroactively put a character in, where was Spider-Man in the Battle of New York? Was he Spider-Man at that point? Okay, maybe we can say he wasn't Spider-Man yet, so he wasn't helping. Okay, fair enough. But we got Captain Marvel getting kind of just pushed in there. But again, we overlook it because it's right next to Endgame. Alright, fine. Yeah. Then we get Spider-Man Far From Home. And again, not to say it's a bad film, but it's just kind of okay. It's a mediocre film. It's like Black Panther. It's there. The writing is there. But really, you don't get Spider-Man out of this. You get, like, Spider-Man has not had his own villains. Spider-Man's Vulture is an enemy of Tony Stark, right? That's his motivations. He turned evil because money, right? And it's because of Tony Stark and because of damage control, right? Those guys. Spider-Man Far From Home. Who's the main antagonist? Mysterio, right? Okay. And then what? Oh, well, Mysterio turns out that he's not the real Mysterio because we didn't want to do the multiverse thing yet. We could have just done the multiverse thing now and established that. But no, that would require too much intricate writing and too much care and thought and effort. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna pull a fast one and act like Mysterio's not Mysterio, and then Mysterio's gonna be he's gonna be this guy that doesn't like Tony. Really? Okay, cool. So that's another villain that's not Spider-Man's villain. That's just another enemy of Tony Stark for some fucking reason. Okay, cool. All right, and that concludes Phase 3. The last good phase of Marvel. But you can see it starts going downhill towards the end, doesn't it? When you had things that weren't relying on Endgame or the greater story, your writing got loose. Your character design got real iffy, right? And now we start getting into phase fucking 4. Okay, so some of these say they're going to be released. At this point, they are released. So in phase 4, right? So since what 5, 7 is when Black Widow came out. That was like the first film of phase 4. But then actually Falcon came out before that. So, but Black Widow I think was supposed to be part of phase 3, but then I don't know. Anyway, point being, so we have in phase 4 to this date, we have Black Widow. Actually, let's look at the end of MCU phase 1 or phase 3. Last film. I probably should have typed that as last film of phase 3. Yeah, let's see phase 3. What actually ends phase 3? Okay. Marvel one shots. Yeah, so Far From Home is the ending for phase 3, right? And that's here nor there with the whole Black Widow thing. But then obviously what came in 2020, the plague, and that kind of delayed some things, but we still got some stuff in 2021. So this is why this is phase 3. So this is the actual like end of phase 3. Then we get into phase 4. It has been crazy. So like we've got all these films over a couple years. You can see the charts, guys. So the first phase and the second phase, even for the amount of films they have, right? You then have phase 3, which got almost double the amount of films, nearly double. But that's because you had Infinity War Part 1, Part 2. You had Endgame. If you take Endgame out, you take that out, and keep those as separate events rather than part of the phase, then maybe like any of the team up films in phase 3, if you took all those out, it'd be a little closer. But it's okay. We had to establish a lot more characters before Infinity War. So we had to have Black Panther in there. We had to have Guardians in there, establishing Quill as some sort of cosmic being, I guess. I don't know. He didn't really explore that. So that was just more side stuff. We had to establish Doctor Strange. We had to say, okay, well, what about the Asgardians? Okay, well, no, their people got blown up, so their army's not going to be there to help. Cool. So we said a lot of things. It's fine. We got a lot of stuff. There are so many goddamn things happening in phase 4 that it doesn't fit in this line. It literally doesn't fit. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 films. Films, mind you. Okay, same number of films, but they're not. Phase 4 isn't establishing the same number of things as the first 2 phases, right? These ones had 6, yes, but they were establishing certain things along the way in certain films. Here, we are establishing a bunch of things in these films, but half of these films, you don't know what the fuck's going on unless you saw the last phase, number 1, and number 2, well, unless you've seen some of these, you won't know where you're at, right? Because you are inclined to go watch side content series to keep up with the cinematic universe. Explain to me how that makes any sense. That the TV series can somehow now TV series being an offshoot is one thing, right? That's fine. If the TV series is like, well, what have they been doing in the meantime, right? What were they doing between this point and this point, right? Not hey, at the end of the series, we're gonna establish this, so you better know this whole damn series and where these characters come from, because if you don't, you're gonna be real fucking confused in the next film when they show up. So we get phase 4, which has been the absolute clowning of Disney so far. They are just absolutely failing with all of these. Not that they're terrible, but they've been disappointments for the most part. And I mean, you get Black Widow. What's Black Widow doing? So Black Widow is a prequel that explains where she was in like side stuff. Okay, fair enough. But the problem is that like, oh, I'm gonna go stop the Red Room or whatever, right? And the question is, okay, she can get her hands on like a jet or something, right? She's got a guy who knows a guy, but she doesn't think to just go ask the Avengers for help. I mean, because at this point, I guess she was a criminal, kind of, or she was about to be, or I don't know. So the timeline's a little iffy there for me. I'm not quite sure what she was doing. But again, it's like, okay, so she's gonna stop this evil group of assassin guys that are flying around in this ship. The problem is that Tony has like an international grid of satellites, right? Like all over the place. He knows, like, the second anything goes down in the world, his satellites pick up on it, Shield picks up on it, and they know. So was Shield in on it with the bad guys from Black Widow? Did they just let him do their thing, or and again, why didn't she call anybody for help? She did this all by herself. So it's like, okay, fine, and a disappointment. The best part of Black Widow isn't even Black Widow. The best part of Black Widow was communist Captain America. That guy. Fucking, what do they call him? Red Guardian? Yeah, I think he's Red Guardian. Is he? Yeah, this dude, Red Guardian. Fucking portrayed by, what's his name? I don't know the actor's name, but it's the guy that plays, Hopper in Stranger Things. Yeah, this guy. And this guy got like 5 minutes of screen time total. He was a joke of a side character, and I found him far more interesting. And like, you would think with Taskmaster being in Black Widow, and the way they made Taskmaster was, oh, it's like a database, right? They redid Taskmaster where it's not just a really good assassin that can copy your moves and knows everything about you. It's like this database that's plugged into this, like, woman, right? Taskmaster's a woman now, apparently. All right, I have nothing against that. But the problem is, like, the one thing they could have done with it was have it where, oh no, the database is corrupted, and they're like, it has to load the backup default file that it started with. It was like the first one it examined or something. That could have been the Captain America programming, right? And then he could have fought Red Guardian, and then they fight, and there you go, right? Because the bit is that Red Guardian is talking mad shit about all the times he fought Captain America, but he's been in a gulag for however long. Like, Captain America didn't show back, wasn't active in that time, or was he? I don't know. But that would have been perfect for him to be like, oh yeah, because he knows all of Captain America's moves, so they can kind of fight him on those terms. No, don't do any of that. Red Guardian gets to do something for 5 minutes, with the Taskmaster fight, and then they throw Taskmaster in this cell, and then they close the door on him, so Taskmaster's trapped in there. So it's like, great. Waste of a villain, waste of a character. Why is Red Guardian even here? Don't know. Don't fucking know. Really, no point. He did nothing. Then we get to Shang-Chi, the god-awful fucking mess that was Shang-Chi. 2 out of 10. I did a 2-hour fucking review of it. I'm not going to go back in depth with it, because that's, I've said all I can say about Shang-Chi at this point. If you guys really want to, go watch my 2-hour review of it. I break it down. I throw in, I do some research into the character and stuff, and I tell you exactly why this movie's fucking trash. But it's fucking trash, right? This was the biggest fucking disappointment, right? Major points of it that were disappointment. Oh, it's gonna be a martial arts movie. The fuck it was. You had like 2 martial arts scenes. You didn't have that many fight scenes in the whole movie. Oh, it's gonna be this story about the Mandarin with the 10 rings. Cool. Except he doesn't do much. And then he dies, and we're supposed to feel for him, I guess. I didn't feel for him at all. Shit. We've got Eternals. Fucking garbage, universally hated. Anyone who said they liked Eternals is exactly the kind of Marvel shill that needs to go away and stop ruining the characters. Stop letting Marvel get away with shit. Like, holy fuck, how could you like Eternals? What is wrong with you? Eternals was diversity hire the movie. And that's not to say I didn't like the diverse cast. They just did nothing with it. They did nothing with it. They were like, alright, we need black dude and like woman, and then another woman, and then colored woman, and then, oh, by the way, the black dude, we're gonna make the black dude gay as well, just because here he is, he's gay now. So it's like, all right, black gay male, right? And then we have, shit, I'm gonna look at all the characters, because that's another problem. There's so many fucking characters that I forget who's even in the goddamn movie. This is how many characters you had to establish in one film. There's fucking 9 of them. I'm sorry, 8 of them. 8? Yeah, no, there's 9 of them. There's fucking 9 of these people in this movie, by the way. 9 of them. Christ's sake, how are you gonna... Okay. So, technically speaking, the main cast is comprised of him, and her, and maybe kind of him. Oh, wait, no, no, there are 9 people. We're missing a guy. We're literally missing a guy in this one. Hold on. Here we There's the extended. Wait, there are 10. I forgot. There's 10 of them. I felt like 8 was an off number. Okay, okay. Here we're gonna look at the. No. Can I get like a decent fucking sized image of these, please? There's so many of them. There's so many of them. They don't fit on the screen correctly. Yeah, let me go get the actual like picture from here. All right, and that should open correctly. There we go. Now we have all 10 of the Eternals. You needed to establish 10 of these characters. Would you like to know who the best characters in this whole fucking ensemble are? It's this guy and her. That's it. The rest of them do. The rest of them either do nothing, do stupid things, or are I just don't care about. The only reason I care about Kingo and even remember his name is because he was funny and I liked the actor. Her, she was a cool representation of a deaf character, which again is just representation for the sake of representation. But she had a proper power level for a super speed character, right? She was not holding back. She was kicking total ass. And I like the Flash, so therefore I not the Flash the TV show, Flash the character, the TV show's god awful. But I like Flash. I like speedsters. I like the concept of super speed, right? And then like Superman has super speed, right? I like that concept. She wouldn't hold back on the shit. So I liked these two because the scenes they were in, they were utilized greatly. You know, until the script called for it otherwise, and then all of a sudden they didn't really do much. So yeah. So the rest of this fucking sucks because she's not in this movie. She's not. She copped a paycheck for like 2 scenes and she dipped. Salma Hayek said, nah, y'all can pay me the Marvel movie wage and I'm gonna leave. That's exactly what she did. Half of these people aren't even it's like this globe-trotting thing where they have to go collect them. So half the time you don't even have the full cast together. And then I mean Angelina Jolie, like guys, remember how they made it like a big thing in the marketing? And this is the other problem with Phase 4. The marketing is a pure fucking lie. All of them lie. Every bit of the marketing is a fucking lie and a joke. Oh yeah, Angelina Jolie putting front and center. So I guess that means she's like the leader of the team or like an integral part of the story. Nope. No, she has something wrong with her brain. So she's like off in the corner, just like mumbling to herself and shit, and just kind of around. Athena just not getting to do anything, right? Big man here. I like him. He gets killed for no fucking reason other than stupidity. I mean, you got this little illusionist Hip or whoever the fuck they called. What did they call this one? I don't remember what they call this one. Again, if I can't remember your name, you weren't really in the movie, dude. Like, I know Kingo, I know Athena, I know Icarus, and I don't remember her. She was the main character. I can't remember her name. This is how shit Eternals is. 0 out of 10. Terrible film. Of course, the guy over here, the guy with, you know, fucking, like, the power to make anybody do anything. Of course. And again, this is another thing. Like he's gone the whole film, right? He has complete mind control powers, but can't fucking, like, he's not around. This shit just retcons the entirety of the MCU. Because it's like, oh, we're around. Well, why aren't they helping? Well, their original leader told them they can't interfere with humans. So y'all just watched World War II happen? Why were you even on the planet? Why didn't you just leave then? Like, what were you there to do? Oh, we're there to stop the thing so that then a giant fucking Celestial can be born. Not this one. This is the one that got pissed off at them afterwards. But so the Celestial can be born from Earth and whatever, and meh. I don't know. So, you know, inconveniently, now that we've established, like, let's see, in the end of the film, how many were left? I don't remember how many of these people were left after the film. Let's see. I know. I think Athena was dead at that point. The big guy was definitely dead. She was dead. This one's going off to school, which, okay. Well, they were. That's the thing is, like, any of the survivors of this, like, a couple of them die, but all the ones that survived basically got snatched up and were like, yo, by the way, fuck you for, like, messing with my plan, right? That's what the Celestial's here for. All these little dots you see down here, these are like the survivor guys. And they're like, yeah, you fucked with our plans, so we're gonna take you away now. And then the other half that didn't get scooped up, they were already on a ship heading out into the galaxy. So now they're gonna be finding the other ones from their group. They're gonna have to go hunt them down. So basically, two of these people are fucking dead, leaving the other eight around. Half of them got snatched up and got in trouble by the Celestial, right? They were getting a talking to from Daddy. And then the other half are on a ship heading out into the galaxy. Like, all right, cool. So basically, they established a bunch of very powerful characters and then realized, fuck, we can't have them around because then anytime Earth is in danger in the future, we would have to explain why the Eternals aren't just immediately bodying everybody in the situation. Same problem with Spider-Man. Why wasn't he opening the Battle of New York? Don't fucking know. Why wasn't, Black Panther, like, they're just sitting in Wakanda doing what exactly? Not sure. The Wakanda's just kind of there. They're not doing anything. They're not interfering with the outside world. Okay, so Shang-Chi, 2 out of 10 garbage. Eternals, 0 out of 10 garbage. Absolutely atrocious film. Let's see. Spider-Man, I think that's No Way Home. This is one of two films that piggybacks off the success of something else. So No Way Home was an average film. I would give it 6 out of 10 maybe. Little bit above average, maybe, depends on the mood you're in. And half of those points that I give it, like, on its own, the story in this movie, the concept of this film, like, just for you taking Tom Holland and what Tom Holland's character, Spider-Man, goes through, that is a 3 out of 10, right? The other 3 out of 10 that comes from this is the nostalgia bait of, here's Doc Ock, here's the thing, here's some characters from the Spider-Man movies you actually liked. Now we're gonna put it into our thing and make you go see it just because you think, like, it's nostalgia bait. It's just fucking nostalgia bait. The movie, 6 out of 10. Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness, fucking, oh, that movie blows. That movie blows hard because when you think about it, Multiverse of Madness is just, the plot is just ripping off Into the Spider-Verse. It's the exact same plot. Villain wants to go into an alternate dimension to find their family. That's it. That's the entire plot. And then in the end, the good guy doesn't even defeat the villain. The villain defeats themselves because Wanda's so OP. Why do we need Wanda out of here? Because Wanda has a power level that is infinite. And if you have that power level, you can't then explain later, well, why didn't Wanda just snap everybody in half if that's how powerful she is? Don't know. Even in the film itself, there's like this clearly fucking sexist moment where she crumples, immediately destroys both Black Bolt and Mr. Fantastic in a half a second. Then, for some reason, we needed an action scene with all women, so she's gonna fight the Black Captain Marvel chick, and then gonna fight Peggy Carter as Captain Britain, right? Like, fighting them. Needed a fight scene for those. Don't know why. Again, Multiverse of Madness. Painful fucking film. 4 out of 10, maybe. I don't know. It's not good, not great, right? Thor: Love and Thunder. This is a painfully average and boring... Actually, no, it's a below average and boring film. 3 out of 10. This film, fucking dog shit. Taika Waititi ruined the character of Thor. I said I liked Ragnarok, and that is true. That's true. But I don't like that at the end of Ragnarok, he was set up as, I am the king now, here's my eye patch like my dad had, I'm gonna be the king now, and I'm gonna be a good ruler. Immediately turned into a fucking joke after Endgame. Like, bro, he was fucking, at the end of Endgame, he was like, oh, well, I'm not gonna be king anymore, I'm gonna let Valkyrie be king, even though it would be a queen, but instead of just call her Queen Valkyrie, nope, we call it King Valkyrie for some fucking reason. And it's insulting to queens, right? That's insulting to the concept of a queen, because that implies that a queen is somehow inferior to a king. So you have to call it a king instead because that holds more prestige. Don't know. Didn't even know you could, like, arbitrarily name a random soldier from the Asgardian army as, like, royalty now, as, like, King Valkyrie. Like, Cool. I guess bloodlines don't matter, and succession doesn't matter anymore. Okay, cool. Um, so Love and Thunder. It was a complete joke of a film, and a bad joke at that. None of it was good. There was one scene, only one scene in the entire movie, the scene where Jane Foster dies of cancer. And again, this is the second film. Right after Multiverse of Madness, they made a film. The film that comes out right after Multiverse of Madness is, of course, another film where the villain defeats themselves and chooses to not be evil anymore for no fucking reason. Love and Thunder is a fucking joke. We'll get onto that more. But this is just the films, right? So it just slowly goes down from being like you at most you can hope for painfully average from Black Widow and from like out of these films, what would I watch again? Right? Let's do that real quick. Let's look at out of these films, what would I watch again? I will watch Iron Man again. I will watch Iron Man 2 again. I will watch Thor. I will watch I will watch literally everything on this list. Maybe not Incredible Hulk, but even then, some of the fight scenes were kind of okay. But I mean, look at the second row here. Dark World. I don't think I'd watch that again. Iron Man 3. I have watched it again multiple times. It's really decent when you start looking at it through a different lens. Winter Soldier. I never really went back to watch Winter Soldier. I didn't. I felt like I got the story the first time. I didn't feel like watching it a second time. Guardians of the Galaxy. I could see myself watching it if me and a buddy want to get pizza one night and watch it, but on my own, like I'm looking at this from the perspective of what do I, as a cinephile, as a moviegoer, look at as like I could watch this again, right? On my own, no, I'm not gonna watch Guardians of the Galaxy again because meh. It's not. It's not that it's bad. I just don't feel like watching it again. Age of Ultron, I could watch that again on my own, right? Ant Man, I could watch that again. It was pretty fun. It was a nice, fun side story. Civil War, I have watched it multiple times, so yeah, I could definitely watch that again. Doctor Strange, same thing. I've watched it multiple times. Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I can see myself watching it again. Let's see, Spider-Man. First Spider-Man, I think I've watched it 2 or 3 times, but I think that's enough. I don't feel like watching it again. Ragnarok. I I think about watching Ragnarok, and then I realize where the character is going to end up and how many jokes are in Ragnarok, and I think, no, I don't really need to see that again. I got it the first time, so no, don't really feel like watching Ragnarok again. Black Panther, I've watched 2 or 3 times, just because some of it's kind of interesting, from Chadwick Boseman's like performance. Let's see, Infinity War. It's long, but me and the boys could watch it again. But again, Infinity War is one of those things where what like it's driven. It's like Endgame. It's driven on like shock factor and like that just happened or that character just died. Like that's kind of the main thing. So once you watch it once, it's like okay, you can watch major. You can like go on YouTube and watch like clips from it, and then the whole film will like replay in your head basically. So you can just enjoy that segment. Ant-Man and the Wasp. Didn't really care for it. Was okay. Like I didn't feel the need to go back and watch it. I don't feel that need. Captain Marvel, yeah, fucking yeah. Don't need to watch it again. Far From Home, don't need to watch it again. So you can see like a lot of these first films, I could watch them again. Like 90% of Phase One and Phase Two, I could watch again. I can, or let's just say 90%. Let's say out of 10 films, uh, all the ones I would watch again, excluding this one, and that one. Oh, these aren't 10, these are 12, actually. So, about 70% of the films, anywhere from 60 to 70% of Phase 1 and 2, I could go back and watch again. You know, Phase 1 was so fucking solid. You could watch basically all of these and not be disappointed. Phase 2, you can watch them all and not be disappointed. Not that I would personally go back and watch. Like, half of them I wouldn't want to go watch again. But, you know, not bad. Phase 3, fuck, there's a lot on offer, but, again, most of them I could see myself watching again, but most, in equal amounts, I couldn't. Phase 4, I have not felt the need to rewatch anything from Phase 4. Nothing in Phase 4 sparks joy for me. Nothing. And that's not just like, oh, it's too much Marvel stuff. I love superhero stuff. I love it, right? I'm the guy that can go back and watch the original Spider-Man trilogy all in one sitting and just enjoy it, right? I can go back and watch Ghost Rider of all fucking things. You know, I liked Ghost Rider. A lot of people thought it was a little cheesy with Nicolas Cage in there and all that, but I thought it was pretty fucking cool. I have watched Green Lantern multiple times. I have watched Green Lantern like 3 times, and that movie's atrocious, right? I like that movie on an objective level is like, yeah, it could have been way better. There's a lot of missed potential, but you can still watch it. That's the thing; it's still a functional film. Half of these you can't watch because you have to take your brain out of your skull and throw it into a blender and then pour the whole mixture down the drain, right? You can't have a brain when you watch these films, man. They're not intelligent. There's nothing interesting about them. What's Black Widow's fucking antagonist here? What? The guy she used to work for that she no longer works for that she didn't think to tell Shield or the Avengers about? Like she knew like oh my god, she knew all the shit about the Red Room and she didn't tell the good guys ever to go take it out. Nope. Nope, didn't. Shang-Chi, what was his antagonist? First it was his dad, and then it was a world-ending, like, soul-eating demon, right? Both of which he defeated, by the way. Oh, actually, no, he didn't defeat his dad. His dad actually got ate by the demon, and then gave him his rings at the end for, yeah. Anyway, the fact that, like, in Shang-Chi, I liked the villain, and I liked the villain more than I liked the hero. Eternals. Garbage. Complete garbage. Even thinking about being made to watch it again makes me want to physically fucking be sick. And like it makes me sick to think about the idea of being forced to watch this movie again. Ugh. It's wrong to me in so many ways. Spider-Man. I mean, the only like if you watch No Way Home multiple times, every time you're just gonna be thinking, oh, there's Toby and there's Andrew. I should go back and watch the better Spider-Man films. Because you don't have any love for Spider-Man's character. Tom Holland's character revolves around everyone else's character. He's finally at a point. We are 3 movies into Spider-Man. 4 if you count Civil War, but he was just there for like 5 minutes. But we are 3 movies in to Spider-Man. And he's just now getting to be Spider-Man. Just now. Like, bro, you established that the first movie. Let him be Spider-Man. What the fuck? Let's see. Multiverse of Madness. Same thing with Shang-Chi and the Eternals. Not that great. I wouldn't watch it again. Eternals. I think it's kind of on the level of Eternals. Thinking about watching it again would just makes me mad because I think of all the illogical nonsense, the garbage in it that just fucking ruins. I like Doctor Strange. Why the fuck is Doctor Strange acting like a goddamn idiot in Multiverse of Madness? Why is he acting like an idiot in No Way Home? Really? We're just dumbing down these characters. Okay. Love and Thunder, I mean, can we get any worse with dumbing down a character? Like, Thor, like, literally, I'll get to that in a minute. But, damn, they did that dirty. So that was just the films. Oh, wait, what about the shows? Did I like any of the shows? I liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but it has the same problem with Shang-Chi. It's average, and I liked the villain more. And that's not to say, oh, the Flag Smashers. No, fuck the Flag Smashers. Goddamn terrorists. Call them what they are. They're fucking terrorists. Don't act like they're, like, right in any way. Like, oh, no borders. Fuck no. You can have that conversation without blowing up innocent civilians. Talk to the IRA about that. The IRA, even the IRA would have looked at the Flag Smashers and been like, y'all need to chill. Damn. Y'all crazy. Like, holy shit. So, I mean, let's look at the shows. WandaVision, painfully average. At the end, she was a fucking villain, and she never even apologized for doing villain shit. Alright. And we're supposed to just forgive her. Vision's off somewhere doing something. We don't know. We don't know where Vision is. He's just gone. We can find him. He's gone. Falcon and Winter Soldier. Again, did I like the series? Yeah. Half of that had to do with the fact that I watched it with a couple of friends. But even then, it had that real world shit getting crammed into it. And I wasn't a fan, And the whole, oh, Sam Wilson should be Captain America now. I mean, there's so many reasons not, right? The main reason being, he had his own thing going as Falcon. Why are you making like all of his work as Falcon not matter and all of his character buildup as Falcon not matter by now just calling him Captain America. Because now when you call him Captain America, you're pissing off a bunch of people that like Steve Rogers Cap, right? We have a very clear image of Cap, and that's not to say, oh, Cap should be white. No, but we had no build up to it, right? Here, Disney, I'll give you this as a freebie. In this show, you showed me a young black guy that, is clearly going to be set up as some character later, right? That maybe a sidekick for Captain America or something. Which he does actually have a sidekick in the comics. Captain America has Patriot as a guy named, like, they call him Patriot. He's his sidekick, kind of like Batman and Robin type thing. But if you want to do that, why didn't you just have, like, at the end of it, Sam Wilson go, oh yeah, you know what I learned? This can't be me. I can't be Captain America. So he could call himself Iron Eagle. He could call himself Liberator. He could call himself any number of freedom-related words, right? Or like America-related words without actually calling himself Captain America. Could have kept the suit and everything. Would have been fine. Then take the shield, put it in the museum where it belongs with Steve Rogers thing next to the other Captain America thing. Like, cool, great. Then what you do is a couple movies down the line, you introduce the new Captain America. Here's how you make a black Captain America that people won't be mad at. You make it the kid, the black kid you showed in Falcon and Soldier, right? You make it that kid is signing up for some new, like he, is related to the other guy, so he ends up getting super strength and stuff, so he goes off to be an Avenger, and then the government goes, oh, wait, what if we use this guy as a PR stunt like we did the last one? Because that was the whole point of Captain America, is he was a PR stunt. He was propaganda. He was made to sell war bonds. That would be perfect commentary of that. To be like, hey, we're propping up this guy as the new Captain America. Why? Because he's black and relatable. That's why. And it's like, no, I'm my own guy. Fuck you. I don't want to be your idea of Captain America. I'm going to be my own idea of Captain America. And he redoes his suit, and he repaints the shield a different color scheme, and whatever. Maybe he goes to the Wakandans. Like, Sam introduced him to the Wakandans. The Wakandans make him his own, like, suit that's, like, cool and hip and new. And it's like, he's Captain America, the new Captain America, right? I would accept that more than shitting on Falcon, who is his own character. And just saying, oh, he's Captain America now. Why? Oh, because the recent comics have been saying that. It's like, no, comics that are a couple years old that don't even sell, that no one likes, are not the right comics to be adapting. Do something else with the character, I'm begging you. But yeah, no, so, fucking shit. What happened there, Bucky had better character in this than Sam Wilson did. Why the fuck is Bucky, the Winter Soldier, more interesting when he's the second name on the title? He's not even first card. He's not even at the top. Let's see. He doesn't get top billing, and I liked Bucky's story more than Sam's. Also, John Walker, right? Like when I said I liked the villain in Falcon and Soldier, I like John Walker. I like U.S. Agent. I like that guy. Because he's got this real thing of, like, this hero complex that he has to overcome, and in the end, he has a bigger character arc than the first two the main two, like, heroes in it. It's so funny. Let's see. Loki. Turned Loki into a joke, into a clown. Made it, like, they established, like, the whole multiverse thing. And then they completely trivialized the Infinity Stones by being like, there's like, oh, they're in a desk drawer. Like, really? You've just got multiple versions of Infinity Stones sitting in your desk drawer like junk. That just completely makes all of this up here meaningless. It makes the entire Endgame arc meaningless. Again, Loki literally had more screen time for Lady Sif. You guys remember Lady Sif, right? Who appeared in, like, the first Thor movie and then, like, had, like, 5 minutes total between the next two Thor movies. She didn't even show up in Ragnarok. I'm sorry, she did. And then she couldn't really do much. So it's like, and then, like, half of his friends got killed by his evil sister. So yeah, Lady Sif kicked Loki in the balls a bunch in this one. Okay, cool, great. And again, some good scenes, but overall, the whole thing with Loki and Kang the Conqueror and all this, it's like, come on, like, what the fuck? Also, some of the most lazy cinematography, the laziest cinematography I've ever seen, where they have, like, a solid 10 minutes I think it feels like 10 minutes of just this camera pushing in and pushing in and pushing in as Kang is monologuing and exposition dumping, and then it reaches him, and then it continues. He continues monologuing, and the camera's pulling out. It's pulling out in the same motion. Like, dude, it didn't cut to any other angles or anything. It was one solid thing, and I'm like, guys, it's the worst use of a oneer I've ever seen. It's the laziest shit. I didn't watch the What If stuff. So the thing with What If is it's not even canon. It's a side project, so it has nothing to do with the actual cinematic universe. So the What If is like a side project, kind of. Well, technically, it introduced Captain Carter, which is then seen in. So maybe it is canon. I don't know. Wait, is What If canon? Like, is it a thing? Do you mean part of the set of movies and TV series released in the MCU brand? Yes, it's canon. Okay. Is it? I'm confused. Yes, they are, but of course it will also be be with Doctor Strange in Multiverse Madness and No Way Home. WandaVision, I think, kind of opened up and kind of blindsided us to make a seed of the multiverse thing. Depends how you define canon. Is it part of the things released? Yes. If you mean does it take place on Earth or whatever, right? Then no, it shows alternate timelines. Yeah, that's the thing with the What If is they're all like alternate timelines. So really, it's just more multiverse stuff, and it's just kind of side stuff of things that could happen, maybe not really. You know. So I didn't even watch it. I should because it's animated and I hear good things, but it's just one of those things that's on the list, and I'm so done with the MCU at this point that I don't even really care. Um, let's see, Miss Marvel. Ooh, ooh, Miss Marvel. We'll talk about Miss Marvel in a second. Let me just glance over these ones. Hawkeye. Didn't even watch it. Don't care. Why? Like, you're making Clint out to be this like Clint doesn't even get his own movie. Black Widow got a fucking movie. What does he get? He gets 6 episodes. He gets a mini series. Fucking Clint Barton gets a mini series when he's the one with the most need for character development and shit. No, no, we'll give it to Black Widow. We'll give her a movie. Hawkeye. All right, and we're training the next Hawkeye, and that Hawkeye or whatever they call her. They call her Echo. I don't fucking know because I didn't watch it. I don't care. Whatever. Kate Bishop, the little like sidekick to Hawkeye in this series. Um, and then there's Moon Knight. Didn't watch it either. Don't fucking care. And again, it's amazing they made me not want to watch Moon Knight just because Loki went downhill. Falcon Winter Soldier went downhill. What you made all these things? You made all these disappointing films. You made all these shows that I saw that I was like, these are all kind of a disappointment. Well, I probably shouldn't even bother getting into these other ones because it'll be a waste of my time because by the end I'll just be disappointed, right? This is the power of it. I love ancient Egypt. I love the gods. I love all of that stuff. For you to make Moon Knight unappealing to me is amazing. Like, Marvel, bravo, round of applause. You actually managed to make something Egyptian themed that I'm not into. I loved The Mummy. I love the Mummy movies. Like, the whole thing, the whole franchise. I loved them. I love ancient Egypt and the pyramids and all of this. That's like my favorite period in history to study is ancient Egypt. And by extension, sort of ancient Greece because it's around the same rule. Then She-Hulk, guys, Marvel again. You somehow made it to where I don't want to watch a movie or a show. You're making it to where I don't want to watch a show about a 9 foot tall green muscle mommy. I mean, how the fuck did you mess that up? How? How was I more accepting of fucking what's her name? In God, what is it? Who's in the Warcraft movie? The one chick, Garona. I knew it wasn't Gamora. It's Garona. So like the thing here, like Garona, she's just some chick painted green, right? Like clearly, but at least when I watched the Warcraft movie, and I want a Warcraft 2. I thought Warcraft movie was a pretty great fucking thing. You At least they committed to the idea that she is a half orc, half human, right? Like a hybrid. And clearly the dominant traits here her mother was an orc and her father was a human. And so then the dominant traits, for whatever reason, that kind of like in that sort of crossbreeding, they have the male traits, and I feel like it's just because they didn't want to do too much CGI with it because they already had a lot going on with the CGI and the design of the effects for the other characters. And of course, half of that's because it's more giant orc person unappealing, which is bullshit, by the way. Hollywood needs to stop being afraid of like strongly framed women. But even then, it's understandable because it's like, oh, she's half orc and half human, right? So she looks like this. At least she's still got a little bit of tusks, right? She's still got the green and the ears and the hair. There's at least something in this that looks like an orc, right? But she's treated differently because of the way she looks, right? Actually, this is a cosplay, it seems. That's fantastic, actually. And it's pretty on par. Looks about the same as the thing. I always like this detail in the movies, by the way, where she still has these little points on her because she was wearing like a collar at some point, like this little thing that like dug into her skin, and throughout the film it's slowly healing. That's a really nice touch. But yeah, no, like she's green. She's got a look to her. Okay, I accept it. She's a hybrid of some sort. And then you look at She-Hulk. Y'all want to look at She-Hulk real quick? The fuck do you call this, Disney? Really? Really? You make a fucking VFX team do all of this work to make it look like this. And again, she's bigger. She got some arms. All right. Now, let's look at like definition and body tone and form. Look at this. Look at the way this is illustrated. You can see the power in her arm. You can see it. You can feel it. You feel the muscle, right? Why the fuck did she look like this? You guys want to see what's laughable about this? You guys want to see what's really, really stupid? I would love to show you if this fucking thing, I could get a goddamn image to load correctly. There we go. Okay. Look at the comparison, the proportions of her versus this guy. She should make him look tiny. And this is not about the VFX team. They did their job. They did exactly what they were told to do. There is someone on the VFX team that let it be known that, yeah, in the first iterations, she was bigger. She was the bigger Hulk type, silhouette that we're used to. She looked like she actually had the muscles. Look at her legs, dude. Look at her fucking legs. She has no legs even. Look at this. If you didn't tell me, right? Like, if I didn't see Marvel fans need horny jail. Okay, that's a great title, actually. Like, if you did not tell me that this was a CG character and I just glanced at this, I'd be like, oh, okay, so they did a thing. So they did a thing like in Warcraft where they just painted some toned chick green, right? No, they put time and effort into mocapping this and making this. And the problem is not inherently in the way she looks. She looks all right, it's fine, right? The problem is everything around her looks so fucking weird. Like, bro, this is so perfect. Can I get a link here? It's so tiny. Why is it so tiny when I open it this way? I don't know. But you guys see it, right? You guys see it. Look at his arms, right? Look at the size of his arm. Look at his bodybuilding, his physique, and look at hers. She's supposed to be bigger and stronger than this guy, and proportionally speaking, her own body looks weaker than his. But she's carrying him. It's so weird. And shit, look at this. That's some pretty good art right there. It's a little flat. It could be better, but it's not bad. It gives you a sense of how large she is, especially since Wolverine in the comics is actually very, very short. He's like 4'10", I think. He's a short king. But I mean, let's see. Where was I just saw here a second ago? There was. Ooh, it's raining today. Stream might cut out, so just be aware of that. I just saw somebody was doing something. I mean, hell, look at this. This is a pretty cool shot, right? This is so cool, you know? Like, she's carrying this beam. She's wearing this, right? She's got a leg. She got a little bit definition in the arm. All right, and that's hard to translate to screen, right? But look at this. Look at how thin her fucking forearm is, and how massive her hand is. Like, dude, what is the way that looks? Like, why does it look this way? You know? Then you look at something like this. Like, powerful leg, big boot, muscles on top of it. Because it's not like you had to have the actress like it's not like a it's not like it's not like a Thor Love and Thunder moment where Jane Foster hit the gym for like a month and then they digitally added muscle to her. Like just because she couldn't be bought, like they wouldn't give her time to like go and bulk up properly, or she just wasn't into it. I don't know which, but either way, it's like, dude, like holy shit, right? And then like it's just so stupid because you're mocapping the entire character. You're replacing the entire character, just like you do with Banner. The entire character is being motion captured and then put into the scene, which means you can change anything you want on this character. You can make it look however you want. There are zero restrictions, and this is the best you can come up with. This is as good as you can make it look with the, oh, maybe if we put this material on, then it'll hug her frame and it'll show the arm off a little. I guess it does, kind of. But then you get something like this. This is what people wanted and were expecting. She looks fine in this. The face is a little weird, but she looks strong. She's got the grip, you know, she's holding a dude up, right? Got the big legs and the big arms, big shoulders, right? She looks like a Hulk. Why is it that it's completely acceptable in Hollywood to take any woman that should have the physique to match her fucking strength and say, nah, we ain't gonna do this? Nah, we're not. We look up Hulk. Look at this fucking Hulk. Look at him in the first movie. Even in the first movie, it didn't actually look that bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, the first Incredible Hulk movie, for the time, it was not actually that bad. It looked kind of interesting. But, I mean, you look at Banner Hulk right now, right? Like, even Banner Hulk, like, bro, this was Avengers Hulk. You're telling me we went from this to this. Guys. Guys. We went from this to this. Number one. Number two. And number one again. Number two. One and two. Do you see it now? Are you picking up the problem here? They just didn't even design her right. She didn't even. Fucking Lou Ferrigno looks better. The original Hulk actor, Lou Ferrigno, bodybuilder Hulk, in the original, like, 70s show. He looks good with green paint. They painted a bodybuilder green in the 70s, and it looks better. It looks better than the top tier, like, abilities of a CGI department currently. Look at the scale of this Hulk with Black Widow. Look at the scale of Hulk and Widow. Look at the scale. He's gigantic. Because he's supposed to be. He's a super strong green monster man. That's what She-Hulk, even like hybrid, dude. If we look at Banner Hulk, we look at the Banner Hulk variant. Even Banner Hulk is huge. Like, look at this man. Look at the scale of him. Look, that is a phone, ladies and gentlemen. This is a phone, by the way. That is an iPhone of some sort, right? It's like a fucking playing card in his hand. That's about the size of it. It's how tiny it is. He could squash it. You can feel the tone and the energy here. He could squash it with the slightest move of his thumb. The whole thing would just crack. Even the toned down version of Hulk still looks like Hulk. And this is the more appropriate toned down version. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, let's look at the comparison. I mean, Jesus Christ. Let's see, Hulk, She-Hulk. Like, this is something else I've seen going around too, where they're like, "Oh yeah, well the trailer doesn't really capture it because it's YouTube compression makes it look worse," which is fair. YouTube compression's pretty bad, but at the same time, if it doesn't look good in the worst conditions, like and again, a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's smooth." That's not even my issue with it, right? Like, yeah, you got your more facial, whatever, like your little pores and everything, all the little catches in the skin. So yes, YouTube compressed the thing a bit. That's why it looks a little off. But even to me, that's not the problem. The problem is that they didn't even like. It doesn't even show. This doesn't even show up correctly. But the thing is, they didn't even like show the proportion and the strength correctly. It didn't even like look right. Meanwhile, we have Avatar 2 coming out, guys. Did y'all forget that we have Avatar 2 coming out? Avatar 2 release date. Shall we see when Avatar 2 is coming out? Avatar 2 is coming out in December of this year, guys. Where is the She-Hulk release date? August. They're coming out at the same time. This is coming out in a month and in 1 month and 4 days. All right, in 34 days we will have She-Hulk. We will have this in 34 days. In another, 6 months we'll have this. This is what it looks like when you give your team, your artistic team, time to finish the fucking look. And it's not just, oh, the shots where the character's in it. They made not only this character, they made multiples of this kind of character look like this and have them all in the same scene with water, with lighting, with all kinds of other stuff that they've been working on for literally years to make it look this good. This is what happens when you want I'm sorry. This is what happens when fake fans will buy anything that the MCU churns out. Because then Disney's like, "Oh god, we got the fish on the hook. We need to reel it in. We need to reel it in. We don't have time for this." They could give it a little slack. They could wait and it'd be fine. But no, they push their VFX artists to the breaking point. They make them do subpar work just to get the content finished for no reason. You could have given them 1 more year. Just delay it. Delay it 1 year. Let your artists go back, retool it, and fix some stuff. And it would look far, far more interesting to me. I mean, Jesus, even this illustrates, like, even in the comics, it illustrates the difference, right? So, this is big, gigantic Hulk boy, and she's drawn smaller. But even then, she still has the musculature in the arms. She still has that, because you can capture that in a comic panel. Capturing that on a human woman, or in a live action woman, is a little bit harder. But even here, like, this is done for artistic purposes. Why fans hate She-Hulk's new form, right? I'll tell you why. Screen rant. I'll tell you exactly why. Because she doesn't look like she's strong enough to lift a toothpick. She doesn't look right. The absolute, like, most you could do with this look is something like this. The furthest you could take it with She-Hulk would be something like this. This would be too far. This is clearly a specific style, right, that the artist is going for. They have a certain style, and if you look at their other characters, I mean, who drew this? This is compared to 2019 Sonic. Oof, that's actually rough. Hold on, if we click on this, are they saying where this picture's from? Because I want to know who the artist is. I want to take a look at their style. No, I can't see it. Okay. But yeah, this is as far as you could go with it, right? This is like too extreme in my opinion. This is too far, right? Because yes, she's a Hulk, but now she's looking bulky and squat and whatever. But again, this is just that particular artist's style, right? Then you have something like this. Okay, right? This is about what we're getting right now, which I don't think is where we want to be, right? I think this is where we want to be with the Hulks. This is where the Hulks look good, right? With the Planet Hulk stuff. This is where our optimal Hulk designs lie. Look at the arms. Look at the size of it. The definition, the strength, the speed. He's big and blocky. She's a little more refined, a little fairer, right? Okay, cool. Right? I also love the motion blur being applied to this. That's really fucking cool because it really sells the speed of the punch. But like this is this is okay, in my opinion. This is where you want to be. You want them to both to look kind of like this. And you did Hulk like this. So why is it that Hulk can get this kind of aesthetic, but She-Hulk couldn't? I'll tell you why. Tell you why. They're afraid the normies that watch their content, the ones that suck up all the content and clap for the stupidest things. Okay, I had that happen in my theater, by the way. When I like the only reason I even saw Love and Thunder, by the way, I had no fucking interest in it, and the only reason I even saw it is because a buddy wanted to go out to the movies, and it was a fucking coin toss whether we wanted to watch Elvis or Thor. 5 years ago, it would have been, oh my god, new Thor movie, let's go watch that. Instead, it was, should we watch Thor or should we watch Elvis? They have the same time slot tonight, and we don't have time for both. Like we were literally going to do both, and they just didn't have time, so we just picked Thor instead. And that's not to say Elvis. I want to see the new Elvis movie; it looks great. But people in my theater at the end, when they showed Valhalla and Jane Foster's going to the afterlife, and Heimdall was there, the second Idris Elba popped up on screen for 3 seconds, people were clapping, and I'm sitting there thinking, you people just clap for fucking anything? Like, yay, it's Heimdall, great. We haven't seen him since what? Fucking like Infinity War, because he got killed by Thanos or whatever. Like, all right, we haven't seen him for a while. It's not like he's coming back. He's fucking dead. He's in Valhalla. He's dead. He's gone. He's like gone. Like he is done, unless Disney decides to bring him back and bring Jane Foster back and resurrect them through magical multiverse bullshit. Like, this is the problem with the multiverse. It's not going to let them do anything they want, and then if something doesn't make sense, they can just go, oh, it's the multiverse. Oh, it's the multiverse. It's fine. So yeah, no, that's my problems with She-Hulk. And then fucking Miss Marvel. Oh my god, how to waste a character. They changed her powers, so anyone who's a fan, like, again, I don't even know who the fuck Miss Marvel is, aside from, like, the one, like, Avengers game that she was in. That's about all I've ever heard about the character. But from my understanding, right, a lot of people that are fans of the Miss Marvel comic, who would be the people you want to show the show to, they were expecting her to have her, like, growth powers, right, and be more like the Inhumans form of Miss Marvel. But no, they gave her cosmic powers for some fucking reason. I mean, Miss Marvel power. Like, we can see it. It's so, like, the biggest fucking difference, first off, is that she's got cosmic powers for some reason. So she's got this glowy bullshit, and I guess they figure it looks cooler than just embiggening, right? Embiggening being the actual word for her powers. Like, you can see, a lot of people misinterpret Miss Marvel's powers as being super stretchy powers, like Mr. Fantastic. And so a lot of people at first were like, well, they must have changed it because they don't want people to have two people with stretchy powers. But it's not actually stretchy powers. It's embiggening powers. She can channel the energy in her to, like, you know, like here, she's inflating her hands to, like, make a bigger hit, right? And there's so much cool shit you can do with that kind of power, right? And then you get this. Why do we get this? It's no easier to put this on. Actually, it is when you think about it. It's like, well, why don't they just make it where, you know, she's got the bigger hand? Well, that would mean you'd need a better cinematographer, better writing, better, more interesting fight scenes and stuff, and more, you know, like more interesting stuff in general, right, for the character to do with these powers. But no, they give her the cosmic nonsense. They give her this. Why? Because a 3D artist can make some sloppy fucking model, and that's not just, again, I'm not knocking the VFX guys, but I'm just saying it is easier from an artist standpoint when doing CGI. What would you rather do? Would you rather go in and green screen out and rotoscope and put back in the hand and have a transition and animation of it growing? Because you'd have to make a hand that looks just like her hand, and it would have to be bigger. It'd have to be like Hulk levels of work. Or do you go in, do you make some wibbly warbly stuff tracked into the scene around her hand, and then you add this, like, see-through hand in post? And the thing is, the see-through hand doesn't have to look that good. It just has to have the vague form of a hand, and then your brain will fill in the rest. It's like, oh, cosmic hand. Cool, got it. Right? You know, and what I love about this is how this is emitting all of this light, and none of it's hitting her face. She's got a bit of light here and a bit of light here. She's getting this top light, which I think is actually what's contributing to this and this. But she's got all this light coming off this thing, and there's no fucking light in the scene. Like, why? So yeah, Miss Marvel. Not only so that's the first red flag for Miss Marvel is they changed the powers entirely. And then they start doing this, like, okay, well, she's gonna be a superhero. Okay, so in my brain, I'm going, well, she's just gonna go join the Avengers, right? Because she's got superpowers. She'll go sign up to be a hero. Okay, well, first, her parents, don't want her to be doing crazy stuff, even though in the writing it contradicts it because her parents were also crazier in their youth. So they're telling her not to do things that they did worse versions of. She's like, okay, you guys are weird. But no, okay, so let's assume she does. Well, she can't because now the human control guys, the guys from what do they call them? Miss Marvel. Are those who are these guys? Right? Yeah, the United States Department of Damage Control, the DDC, right? The DDC of so they're damage control. So damage control are the same guys from No Way Home that like they came in and they did all the cleanup stuff on New York, and that's what made Vulture mad and he became a villain. So the same guys are back and they want to like talk to Miss Marvel to Kamala Khan, and so they're trying to track her down. I don't know why you wouldn't just send her like an email or a phone call or something. Be like, hey, we'd like to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. Remember when Nick Fury, just showed up in Iron Man 2 and was trying to get Tony on board with the Avengers idea, right? Like Coulson was there, and they were trying, and Coulson showed up to monitor the situation with Thor. You know, no, we don't remember that. We don't remember when Shield was like kind of the thing, dude. But now we have damage control. Uh, you know, so damage control came in, took over all the shit in New York. Okay, so now we've got like fucking two dickheads that are like trying to capture Kamala Khan for some fucking reason. I don't. Why are we trying to capture a potential hero? Wouldn't you just want to talk to them first and establish if they're a threat? Wouldn't it be easier to just tell them, hey, you've been specially selected for Avengers training, and then when they show up, then you have them in a facility where you could like, I don't know, have something that nullifies their powers. That way, oh, you know what? We've determined you're a threat, so you're gonna have to stay here for a little while. Like, oh shit. Okay, wouldn't that make sense for the antagonists to do? No, but they're not actually the antagonists. They're like the first half antagonists, and then the second half antagonists are like some jinn, some evil genie people that come from another dimension, which is also where she gets the bracelet. I think it's called a bangle. She gets like the bracelet she wears that gives her powers, which already is like so fucking weird to me. Like, oh, she has a bracelet. Okay, so is it like the Green Lantern ring where, she can manifest stuff that she thinks about and she can, like, okay, that's kind of all right. So why does it work for her? Is it because she's pure of spirit? No. Is it because she was chosen like Hal Jordan? Like the ring chose Hal Jordan? No. She just kind of has it. It's a family heirloom. She put it on one day. It happened to activate magical abilities that she has. Oh, cool. What's she gonna do with them? I don't know. Fuck around, cosplay, not really save anybody ever, not really go be a hero and do much. She's just kind of around. And then we got this weird time travel thing that's forcing in another forcing in of real world politics, right? Talking about the whole fucking what do they call it? The partition over in like with India and Pakistan and that kind of thing. And that's great to talk about for 5 minutes in an episode. It's not great to have your character time travel to make some cyclical bullshit just so you can talk about all that. It's like, guys, mention it, but don't linger on it. Why are we lingering on this? Right? Like, why are we doing this? I mean, it's the same thing with Falcon and Winter Soldier, taking that real world identity politics stuff, cramming it right into it and saying, yep, accept this. And you can feel when it gets just shoved in there. Again, I didn't watch Miss Marvel. I've been watching reviews of it because I refuse to watch the actual fucking thing because it just doesn't interest me. It's a waste of my time. Just like Hawkeye, just like Moon Knight. It's a waste of my time, so I'm not going to give it any energy. Right? So that's been Marvel Phase 4. And then we get to Phase 5. Dear sweet Christ, we have 5 phases, and it's going to go... We're going to have 20 phases of this before I die of old age, I swear. So then we've got Black Panther 2, right? We know that's called Wakanda Forever. Obviously, Chadwick Boseman's character of T'Challa will have to be dead, right? Because they said they're not going to recast or anything. Okay. So I'm assuming it's going to be Shuri that takes over because, of course, the feminism angle is there. But again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I just think it's like it's just weird. Is what it is. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just like, okay, well, we're gonna do it without. We're gonna have Black Panther without Black Panther. So she's just gonna start calling herself. Is this gonna be the new thing? Is that people who are not these characters just start calling themselves by those characters' names instead of having their own name, their own title, their own identity as characters? Right. Then we have Captain Marvel 2. Joy. That's gonna be fun. We have Guardians of the Galaxy 3. That's the only one. That's the only one in New Marvel that I have any faith in because it's James Gunn directing Guardians of the Galaxy again. Great. Cool. He's also doing a holiday special apparently, which is kind of cool. There's Ant-Man, Quantumania. I don't really care. I don't really know what that's about yet. Fantastic Four. I should be hyped as fuck for Fantastic. I love the Fantastic Four. It's one of my favorite like superhero teams. I love the concept. I should be very interested in this. I am not interested in this at all because I've seen what Disney has done to other things. They have let Thor become a fucking joke. They have let Doctor Strange become a fucking idiot. They have made a martial arts master into a fucking loser, right? They've made a super spy assassin chick into some generic fucking whatever, right? Like all of this. I've seen what they've done to all this. I have no faith in this. Blade is going to be a fucking travesty. It's going to be a joke. Okay? Why? Let me explain why real quick. If you're asking, oh, well, Blade's not out yet. Maybe it'll be good. Let's just type Blade. Let's just look at images. Blade. This is the guy that's going to be playing Blade, which, again, I have nothing against the actor. I liked the actor in the couple of things I've seen him in, especially in Alita Battle Angel. The like one scene he actually gets where he gets like being the antagonist, great fucking scene. This is Blade. Look at him smiling. You guys remember when anybody in the MCU smiled like this? We're gonna watch this scene. Just to understand where Blade is at, right? Got a notification here. Blade. If we just type Blade fight scene, the first one's gonna pop up. It's iconic. The Vampire Club fight is fucking iconic. We're gonna watch this. I don't even care. Again, I said in the beginning of the stream, I will fight any copyright claims that come in on this because we just have to watch it. It's too good. I remember vividly. I've seen Blade multiple times, right? But I haven't watched it recently, and I still remember the way the music sounds in this, because, again, it's generic dubstep, but I can literally just listen to that sound in my head, and the scene will play out, and I know what the fuck it's, like, what every beat of it is, just because it's that iconic, right? Like, this dubstep music's going, the people are raving, there's blood, and the guy's like, there's vampires all swarming around him, and then this scene. All the sound goes out. Everyone's standing there. It's the Daywalker. Oh shit, it's him. It's the Daywalker, right? When is the last time you saw a Marvel film give this kind of reverence to a character? When's the last time a hero showed up and people weren't just like, oh, hero, okay, we accept it. Dude, this is a room full of antagonists. These are a room full of villains, a room full of baddies. And they are scared of him. Right? Look at this. It's gorgeous. Hate move. And then it's forward. The footsteps. Slow motion. Look at his little smile. He's ready. Oh, look at this scene. Like, the fact that literally everyone's already covered in blood, and he hasn't even started yet. Look at this little smile. Look at his teeth, his pearly whites. He just knows, man. Let's watch this. Let's enjoy this. He comes with the hooks. Denied. Boom! Break a dude's nose. Boom! Everyone's freaking out. Shoot him. The best part is that some of these guys aren't even, like, they are not even vampires. They're just what's known as familiars. So they're humans that work for the vampires. And again, I'm sure everybody knows because Blade, like, it's just so iconic that everyone's seen it. But the best part is that he also indiscriminately just shoots fucking dudes in the face. Like, there's even a scene. There's a later scene in this movie where he's busting into, like, the bad guy's headquarters and he's tearing through all the guards. It's a beautiful scene. We'll watch it here in a minute, but... No, you aren't! Blade is an equal opportunity ass kicker, by the way. Do you think we're gonna get Blade in the Marvel Cinematic Universe kicking a woman in the face? No, we aren't. This one scene has more violence. This one scene has more fucking violence and more just raw action in it than anything that Marvel has put out in the last, like, fucking 4 or 5 years. There's just so much to it. Shang-Chi wishes it had this level of fight choreography. It just looks good. It plays good. Look at this. Picks him. He just chases him. I love it. It's so good. So you can see the blood there, right? Now, if you're a Marvel fan, right, you've been watching all the MCU movies, you might need to remember there's a thing called blood. Disney doesn't like it. Don't know why, but there's this thing called blood that exists. Wait for it. He nonchalantly turns around and puts a bunch of holes in these guys, and now they're bleeding. He just takes them right off at the kneecaps with this fucking Uzi. Or sorry, MAC-10 rather. So this, actually, it's kind of a modified, like, machine pistol. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's always been in this weird area where it's like, it's like a handgun, but also automatic, but also big and chunky and fires silver bullets. I don't know. It's weird. Like, look at this. Can we talk about that move? How clean this move is? Watch him. Reload. Okay, I'm gonna aim at this guy. Whoa, wait, no, I can't. He spins. Some of these guys are just straight up humans, by the way. They're just getting shot. He lights this fucking guy on fire. He literally, in the end of this clip, he's going to light this guy on fire. While he's alive, he's going to scorch him. He lives because of the vampire. They regenerate. You can't kill a vampire by burning it, but yeah. Get him. Fuck him up. When's the last time you heard a Marvel movie swear? What, that one time in Age of Ultron where they said, like, shit, and Cap was like, language, right? When's the last time one of these movies swear? Think about it. Think long and hard. When was the last time a Marvel movie swore? Really swore? Said something like, I don't give a fuck, right? No. Because they don't have the balls to. No blood, no swearing, no hardcore action. I mean, it's all CGI nonsense. Make him hurt bad. Look at that. This shot's amazing. He establishes in this shot. Make him hurt bad. Why does he say it like this? He could just be like, make him hurt bad. You know? Like, they could have ADR'd that off camera and just kept the camera on Blade. Why do they do this? Make him hurt bad. Why does he show his teeth? Because it reinforces that he is a vampire with vampire teeth. It establishes who his antagonist is. He draws the literal line in the sand. And he's carving people up, dude. He's going in with the sword. Look at it. She wishes it had this level of action and choreography. It's the most basic stuff, too. These are really simple shots that you could do in your own time with a couple of buddies. It would not take much. Look at this. He shows up. The absolute cockiness of Blade. I'm gonna kill you with this. Proceeds to... whoosh! Around the room. It comes back covered in blood. Super shiny. Comes back. It's covered in blood. It slit all of their throats on the way in. And because it's silver, it kills them. Because they're vampires. Ah, the wire work. They're flying at each other. Uh-oh. Where'd he go? He's got the shotgun. Now, you know, something like this, you might question, well, he's been hitting all the other guys with silver. Why isn't it killing him? It wasn't because, again, they establish it later in the film. They say, you know, here's a gun. You know how to use this? Great. You aim for the head or the heart. Anywhere else, it's your ass, right? He does that scene telling someone how to hunt vampires. So he didn't hit him in the heart, right? It wasn't a fatal wound. So, like the neck cutting, it wasn't like that. So, since it wasn't a fatal wound to the head or the heart, it didn't completely destroy either of those areas. He pins to the wall. You can see the blood on his hand. He's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's all spiked in. Look at him, bleeding all the way down his jacket. The room is full of blood. He's cursing him in Latin. Spiked. Yeah. Look at this. The wall is covered in blood. He's bleeding from these holes in his jacket. He's got blood on his mouth. He's bleeding from his mouth, right? Our protagonist, the hero, just said, you know what? I've dismembered you enough. I'm gonna try burning you alive this time. It's fine. Yeah. And originally in the script, actually, he was actually supposed to ask him, like, he was going to interrogate him about the main antagonist, right? But they actually removed that because they didn't need all those fucking words. They didn't need it because they've established that with this, of like, I'm tired of cutting you up. I try fire this time. That establishes that these two guys have done battle like this multiple times, and every time Blade has won. It establishes. And we go, wait, who's Frost? Wait, so this guy in the club just kills a bunch of vampires, and then he burns this guy? But wait, he just said give my regards, but he's gonna burn him. Okay. Boom! Catch this guy, covered, literally head to toe covered in blood. I hope he got paid. I hope that guy got paid a lot for that shot, because you know he needed a deep shower after being covered in that. I mean, look at this shit. He's burning a man alive in the background. And then he disappears like Batman. Look at this. Guy covered in blood. Guy set on fire. Like, the MCU wouldn't dare. They will get nowhere close to this level of intrigue and intensity. So if we look at... Nope. Didn't fucking type it right. There's a scene. I'm trying to find it. Let's see, Blade, is it the penthouse fight? How do you describe this? Yeah, this would work. So there's this sequence in here. Shut up. Stupid advertisements.
Like, perfect.
God damn it, why are there 2 ads to this? Fuck off, YouTube. Just trying to see a video. So we got all these guys, whatever. And again, it's just a lot of gratuitous violence and action. One guy on foot comes in on the motorcycle. A great... we like to call that a contrapuntal in film. When something someone says is contradicted by the visual, or vice versa. Like the visual and the spoken dialogue, be it like dialogue or narrative, or something someone is establishing is contradicted by something else that's visual. When the audio and visual are contradicting one another. In an intentional sense, right? Not like having a fucking car engine noise on a Pelican. You know, like that's obviously whack. But when you have something in the dialogue that is contradicting what's visually happening, it creates what we call a contrapuntal. And so he's like, it's one guy on foot. Blade comes in on a motorcycle. You know, that's actually establishing that Frost doesn't know shit about what he's talking about, right? It's a great fucking sequence. Where's the thing? No, it's back here. It's like in the beginning before he gets to this part. This part is beautiful. Nails all these guys. There's blood. There's water.
Why am I hearing gunfire? Huh? Did I tell anybody to start shooting?
I need him alive. Do I know this movie or what? Look at this. The artistry of this shot. Again, the MCU could never. They can't match this now. They've gone too hard into the CGI. They've gone too hard into the pre-planned, fucking normal-ass, garbage aesthetic.
Just work for them.
the implications in this frame alone are amazing. Now, the best part, you don't, you see this guy, he's got blood in him. Please, I just work for them. We see this flashback because it gives him motivation. That's all that Blade is thinking about, is that this guy and his boss, right? His higher up planned a hit on his friend. He's killed, not his friend, his father, right? Because Whistler to Blade is like his father, you know? They tried to turn his father and made him kill himself. Like, it's amazing. But even the implication here, there's a great interpretation. This guy could have been anything, right? And not to play the identity politics thing, but this guy could have been white, he could have been Asian, he could have been Hispanic. He's a black guy. Why? Because our hero is a black guy. Why? Why does this matter? Answer, it doesn't. It doesn't matter, right? And this is a scene you will never get in the MCU with its woke bullshit. You will never get a black dude bleeding out begging for his life, right? We haven't even come close to something like that. Because this can be interpreted in the way that this guy can be seen as a race traitor, in that his race, the human race, right, is the target of the vampire race. He is working for the enemy. He admits it. He says, don't attack me. I just work for them, right? But you're capitulating, right? You're actively helping the bad guy. That's what makes you Blade's enemy. He doesn't care that, he didn't care what race you are. You're a familiar. You work for the vampires. Fuck off. I'm gonna kill you. Doesn't care. I mean, do I even have to talk about how his adoptive father, Whistler, is fucking, like, a white guy? Do we need to, if we want to get into race stuff, there you go. Hey, Falcon Winter Soldier. That's how you can put subtle key moments regarding race. I mean, the fact that the antagonist's name is Frost, and he is the palest dude in the entire fucking thing. He's also the antithesis of Blade. He is a guy that was turned into a vampire, just like Blade was. But Blade was born half human, half vampire, right? That's what makes Blade different, is that, he has his own way of seeing the world. He's a hero, the way he was raised. Deacon Frost, he is a normal man turned into a vampire and then wants to abuse that power to rule the world, essentially. That's the main idea. And it's so good that, like, even family ties here, where Blade's mother is actually alive and she's on Deacon's side. And in the end, he actually just kills her because, that's what he sees it as, is that his mother is the enemy and he doesn't care about anything other than fighting the vampires and saving the world. That's it. I mean, that's a really good scene as well, where he's got to... I just thought, like, that was a really good scene where he just doesn't give a fuck. He's just, I just work for them. Bitch, no, you don't. Not in Blade's world. Something you'll never see from Disney. Yeah, only doing this title so it won't be copyright. Exactly. Oh my god. This is from 2011, by the way. We're still dealing with copyright nonsense.
I'm sorry. Whoa, hold on.
I mean, look at this guy.
Second precinct, okay? Because you're dead too.
So this guy's the familiar. It's Katniss. Imagine. Here's Blade kicking the shit out of this guy. Doesn't care. Brings him.
Familiar.
He's a familiar.
A vampire wannabe.
Wait, what the fuck? I don't know what that's about, but okay.
When he proves himself, maybe his master will turn it.
Into the book if he goes.
Wait a minute. You use me as bait?
Get over it.
Lol, she mad. I love the captions from this guy. And onto the table.
Is all that necessary?
Yes, it is.
That's a glyph. A vampire cattle brand. It means that offers his owner.
Face is all fucked.
You gonna be a little bloodhound, huh? Tell us what your master's been up to.
Oh, great. Now you're robbing him.
Now you're robbing him.
Too?
How do you think that we fund this organization? Has been blood running, huh?
I hope I'm Clinton.
Like, bro, the whole thing is about blood. The whole fucking thing is about blood. How the hell are you telling me that the MCU will somehow make this work? And again, I love the actor. I think the actor's great. I think he'll be the only good part of the whole thing, right? When he's done Blade. Now, what I want to see is this Blade. I don't want to see Comics Blade, because Comics Blade, like, oh my god. Let's see. Because there is a difference in the comic outfit, right? There's a difference in the comic outfit and not. Oh, this is actually cool. I never saw this one. Yo, that's fucking kind of cool. That's weird. It's a weird take on Blade. But you had this as sort of Blade's like main aesthetic before. God damn it! Can I open the actual image for once? Christ. Okay, these guys are talking about Blade, yada yada yada. I can't find the image. This one work? Maybe. No, of course not. Google, why can't I just get the image I want? Okay. So he's had a couple of things, and like with anything else, when it gets adapted to the big screen, the look changes, right? Depending on what version you're in, right? But this was sort of the original look. And again, Iron Man's original look, Thor's original look, they get adapted, but here we are, right? So this is an instance where for years you had like that, and then you had maybe just like the leather outfit, right? There, But then the movie comes along, and ever since then, he starts getting drawn basically like Wesley Snipes. He gets the hairline, he gets the sunglasses, he gets the the big trench coat with the bulletproof vest, So it's it's one of those things. I mean, you look at like some of the guys doing cosplay for it and stuff. It just looks fucking cool, right? And it works. So no, I don't think. I mean, yeah, this is another one of like the original comics, But again, it's very much that '60s fashion, '70s fashion where Luke Cage had the same thing where he looked kind of like this. But now Luke Cage in the Netflix Defender shows, he tends to wear this gray hoodie with like a yellow interior to it. So it has that little bit of a callback, but it still looks pretty good. I think he should get a full superhero costume, but he just wears the hoodies because they're, they always get tore up by bullets and stuff. But no, like Blade has a very particular look, a very particular vibe, and you cannot fucking tell me that the MCU is somehow going to make Blade work. It's not going to fucking work. They would need, this is the way you would have to fix the MCU to make it actually work. You would need an MCU After Dark. You'd need Disney R-rated. You would need R-rated films to make some of these characters properly work, right? To make them actually scary. To make it work the way it's supposed to. I mean, then you got Secret Invasion, right? Which is another team-up sort of film, right? With the Skrull and all that. Then there's Ironheart. Oh, aren't we all looking forward to Ironheart? Yes. Riri Williams, the black lady from where is it? WandaVision. She starts to get cosmic powers or whatever, and so she's gonna be like in Ironheart, I guess. Like she's Ironheart, so she's the next Iron Man, basically. Of course, a black woman is replacing white guy. Black man replacing white guy. All this just, replacing this and that. Armor Wars. I assume Armor Wars is probably something to do with, like, what, Iron Man? Or Ironheart at that point, I guess. I don't know. I Am Groot. Groot's getting his own thing. Yeah, we need a whole movie about Groot. Or a whole TV show about Groot. That's what we definitely need. We need a bunch of person. Great. So yeah, no. There's nothing in Phase 5 to look forward to other than Guardians of the Galaxy. That's it. And the only reason you have that to look forward to is because it's directed by James Gunn, who made the other two movies amazing, right? And made The Suicide Squad amazing, and is making Peacemaker amazing, right? Like, holy shit. The only reason I have any interest in this phase at all is for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And that's only because I trust James Gunn to do his job. And even then, it will probably still get fucked up by nonsense, right? It'll probably still be stupid. So yeah, I mean that covers like all the MCU and how it's gone downhill and just what the fuck happened to it. Well, the question with what happened to it is they realized that they could just pump out content and get people to accept it, no matter how stupid, no matter how fucking garbage it was. They could do whatever they wanted with the series, right? And Iron Man's armor is actually a perfect evolution of this, right? Let's see if we can get a nice image of this. You can literally watch the evolution of his suits, and you can see the Disneyfication of Iron Man. You can just feel it as it gets like sleeker and slimmer and worse, right? So we get the bulky prototype suit. Okay, naturally he upgrades it. Cool, looks fine. Iron Man 2, a little more refined. He's got the portable suit, and then he's got the Mark 2. Like, I think this is technically the Mark 3 suit, because this is the Mark 1, this is the Mark 2, this is the like off-brand thing. So I think that's technically Mark 3, and then this is the Mark 4 armor, right? If we're going chronologically, right? Then we have over here, we've got Mark 5 armor in Avengers. Still practical. Still got a bunch of stuff on it. Still looks really cool. Iron Man 3, okay. More gold than red this time. Kind of switched up the motif on us. But that's because it's more of a portable suit, right? It's not meant to be this big clunky like workshop suit. It's meant to be a little slicker. Alright. Looks fine. Looks great. In the Avengers series, we start with this suit, right? And then we got the Hulkbuster. The Hulkbuster looks fucking awesome, right? Then we get what this is. Uh-oh. What's this? We start getting this thing. It's a little smoother, isn't it? Not so many intricate little panels as it used to have. Looks almost like a texture. And now we get the problem with the Iron Man bodysuit finding its way in. Still looks okay here. I think if you kept it this level, or even this one from Civil War, didn't look too terrible. Then we get the Spider-Man. Spider-Man Homecoming. What is this suit? Why does it look like this? Infinity War. Oh no, here we go, the nanite suit. Still seems to have intricate detail. The problem is it's now all head replacements. If we look at this, guys, you can literally see the difference. This is them putting him in an actual helmet to film this, right? This is his head, and then, they do the animation, whatever. You can literally see, and again, this is nothing against the VFX department. They worked with what they had. Most of the suits going past Avengers became cut-off suits. They were not suits designed to be worn. They were CGI slapped over it. You want to see behind the scenes, guys? Iron Man. You want to see the Iron Man mocap suit? Look at this. And then in here, looks like this. But again, you can still sell it because the suit itself is intricate. You can still believe it because the suit works as something that looks okay-ish. Right? Look at this. They didn't even build anything for this. All you needed were a couple of gauntlet pieces. They made their VFX stars do a bunch of work. Why? Why could you not have just had the actual practical suit and he puts it on? And you put it on. There you go. Problem solved. Right? Look at this head, guys. This is completely mocapped. You can see exactly where they cut it off at the neck. It just doesn't line up in your brain, does it? You can see the difference. It's because they do this, guys. I mean, look at this. This is obnoxiously pathetic. All these dots and glyphs, right? All these symbols, those are motion capture points. And thank God we're past the days where it has to be a big suit with a bunch of balls on it, right? I mean, you should still do that, but we gotten onto this more glyph system now. And these are tracking points for the computer to look at later so we can line up the movement of, the rigged, animated suit. So you can just drop it basically onto your character and have it repeat the same actions based on where the glyphs are and where it can be seen. He's wearing a hoodie, guys. He's wearing a hoodie. What fucking work is he? They put this in there in the middle, I guess, as reference. I don't know. Now, mocap is not exactly a problem, right? It's not always a big fucking problem. The problem is the way the MCU has been using it. That's the problem. Here is Planet of the Apes, right? The new Planet of the Apes trilogy, which, in my opinion, marvelous cinema. Beautiful film, right? Looks great, feels great. You'll love to see it. So you've got this, right? Why are these guys all wearing these? Because they're monkeys, right? They're supposed to be apes. And in order to make them look like that, they're going to digitally replace the entire person. So they're making them wear a mocap suit so they can track that in instead of trying to hand animate it into the scene and make it fit. They're having the actors. This is the actual actor for Caesar right here. This is what's his name? Oh, I forget him. He also did Gollum. He's a great character actor. Andy Serkis, that's the one. I didn't know if it was Andy Serkis or if it was Skarsgård, but it's not Skarsgård, it's Serkis. But you know, you might know this guy as Ulysses Claw from that. I love that. This is my favorite thing ever, that like he shows up for these movies and not for the MCU. He shows up for like the Planet of the Apes stuff and not his one-off bit as Ulysses Claw in the Black Panther movie. That's great. So yeah, this is Andy Serkis. This is the talent on set, on the day, capturing all the motions and filming the actual scene, right? In an actual fucking forest. It's a real goddamn set. Here's Chappie, guys. Neil Blomkamp, Chappie. Notice this. Notice how, when they're doing this, they didn't need to put these on him. They were going to digitally be there. Why does this exist? So that the actor in the suit can feel the weight of it and understand how his body might be limited by those things. And that he can't put his arm across his chest, right? That's a no-go. Because Chappie wouldn't be able to do that because he has this big front chest, right? So he has to rotate around these things. And it's great reference for the animators to look at and go, oh, I see. This moves like this. This is where this should be placed. All this from the mocap. You know, they have this on his head. That's a GoPro. So they get this great, like, thing of the director is probably looking through that in Video Village, right? Blomkamp's probably looking at that and going, you know, maybe raise the arm higher, or he can see the way he's moving from first person. And even Chappie doesn't move that robotic compared to other robots we've seen in movies. He's a little more organic with it. But that's what differentiates him from the other robots, is he's more organic. He moves, you know, in a way that's not as robotic. This, I think, is from is this Prometheus? No, this is Star Wars, I think. This looks like a Star Wars set. Maybe. Hold on. Who is that? I know this fucking actor, and I can't place where this movie's from. Let's see. No. Yeah, this one. It's from Rogue One. Huh, that's funny. It's from Rogue One. The only Star Wars film of recent that people actually enjoyed. And again, people, like, you can say Han Solo, that, like, Solo, a Star Wars story, wasn't great, right? Rogue One's peak Star Wars. That's fucking great. Love that movie. I still have some issues with certain parts of it, but I'll even say it's a great fucking film. But then you look at Solo, and I would argue it's a fun side story. It should not be considered part of main canon Star Wars, right? I view it as that, so I have a better time with it. Some people are like, no, Solo's terrible, nobody went and saw it. Like, okay, fair enough. I'm not going to argue that. But he's playing, like, the main robot guy. And obviously they have to replace him with the robots. But instead of just filming it on some backdrop or something, they built a whole set so that you can get your lighting, you can get your reference. You've got to have the set there, right? Because it's real. It makes sense. So then they replace him with the robot later, but they have their reference. They have where, you know, here's this suit. We line that up in the computer. We let it work, right? Now look at Iron Man 2. They have the set, but they have this backdrop for the Infinite Horizon. It starts creeping in, doesn't it? They're already playing with green screen CGI nonsense. And you can see it in the suits. They just put him in a suit with a bunch of fucking dots. They didn't fucking care. They didn't care about building more of a set or filming it in a certain way. No, they were like, okay, Infinite Horizon, fine. We'll have them battle in this little Zen garden. Should we have them wear, like, here's prosthetics, by the way, being used, so they can match the stance of the gorillas correctly. This little stick you see here, I'm going to zoom in on it. You see this guy's got a little stick on his hand. That's so he can match the posture of the monkey. The guy doing Chappie is wearing the suit so that he knows what it feels like to have all that shit on him and what his body should feel like with that, right? You have oh, actually, I realized this might be for his eyebrow, like how it goes up and down. But then you got this guy, and okay, he's wearing sort of a similar suit. So what's wrong with this suit that's not wrong with this suit? Well, it's kind of on the same level, right? Except he's interacting with real props. He's on a real set, fully enclosed, fully encompassed, right? It just works. Here, down here in Iron Man 2 world, what am I supposed to be looking at here? Like, it's fucking Don Cheadle and Robert Downey Jr. They didn't even build a fucking top of the mask. Really? You guys couldn't be bothered to give them the top of the helmet? I mean, look at this shit. This is also from Iron Man. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Look at this nonsense. They're all just suits, because these guys are like evil drone robots, and they get fully replaced. Like, even here, we're just practicing. He's wearing red because that's Iron Man, and this is not. I don't believe this is Robert Downey Jr. It looks like his stand-in, doing the fight choreography, and they're rehearsing stuff. But damn, I mean, it's just so. Look at this. Look at this shit. Just putting some dots on his face, really? Like, we started the first Iron Man. Like, what did the suit look like behind the scenes in Iron Man 1? The first Iron Man film, at the very fucking least, right? You had the chest. He was at least wearing the chest. Like, you don't really need... Because these are going to be... The arms are going to be out of focus if you're doing a tight shot like that. But you had the prosthetics. You had the armor. Some of it looks good. Sometimes some of it doesn't. Here, I mean, you've got him in a full suit here. Why'd you put him in a full suit here and nowhere else? Why do you have half a suit? Let the man wear the whole damn suit. What the hell's wrong with you people? I mean, look at this. You're having fun with the suit in Iron Man 3. Why is it half the time they have a suit and half the time they don't? I mean, these aren't even the actors, by the way. These are all stand-ins doing their thing. Doing their, like, rehearsal. Like, why do you have it half the time the suit's there, half the time the suit's not? Why do you have this? Look at how weird this looks. And again, that's not to say it looked bad in the final film. That's just to say, what are you doing with the CGI? What is the CGI doing for you that a practical suit can't, right? Oh, well, it's got all these little things on it. Okay. Then why did the suit get smoother and less intricate and all that nanite bullshit, right, with the new suit? I mean, why? What did you do to Iron Man, guys? That's the problem. Because now my brain looks at it and goes, how much of this is practical? How much of this actually looks good? Can I see the part where they cut off his head in the suit? Can I? Like, that's where my brain goes to. I can't look at it like that, right? And that's not like, oh, no, you've got cinema brain. Like, you're intentionally... I'm not intentionally looking for it. I just know that what I'm looking at is 99% CGI and it's fake. So my brain is wanting to look out and be like, wrong color there, that's there, this is here, that's there. And that doesn't, and that would be forgivable, right? If I look at something and go, oh, the effect wasn't like super polished and perfect in here, that's fine. But you have to make a good story. And the problem is, none of these are good stories. Do they look good? Sure, they look pretty alright. They look pretty nice for the, overworking the VFX artists like they do. Fucking Disney. Let the goddamn VFX team do their job for once. But they're just boring. These stories mean nothing to me. They're just shit. It's all shit. Two of these are just nostalgia bait. Because Multiverse of Madness was, like, pinned on the idea that, oh, Sam Raimi's going to come direct it. But when you watch the film, in Multiverse of Madness, you can tell the exact moment that Raimi was on script and when he was off script. You can tell what parts Raimi put into the movie and what parts the screenwriter and the studio demanded were in the movie. I mean, holy Christ. Like, that's how bad the writing is currently, and it's only going to get worse. Like, what the fuck can the MCU turn this around? Jump back to phase 1! Give me the visuals from Thor and Captain America and Iron Man. Give me that raw, gritty, make it cool, make it outstanding with the saturation and the composition, right? Make it look fucking cool. And I don't mean make it look good and photorealistic and all this nonsense you do with the CGI now. Excuse me. Stuffed up. But make it look interesting. I want to see, like, the camera being used in crazy ways. Like Guardians of the Galaxy 2, right? That opens with a, like, cool oneer where it's following Groot dancing around the stage. The action's not even the important part. We don't even get to the fight scene in the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. That's just really cool that, like, the movie starts and they're having this big fight scene and Groot is dancing to the radio. He's dancing to Mr. Blue Sky. And little baby Groot's just dancing. It's cute. It's cool because in the background we're seeing all this blurred imagery because it's out of focus. So this whole fight's going on behind them. Occasionally something pops in the foreground and interrupts Groot. And then eventually the big monster, like, ends up crushing the radio or something, and that gets Groot into the fight, where he's like, oh, no, man, I don't remember anymore, now I'm gonna go beat your ass, Like, that's fun! That was fun! Like, even some of the stuff in Phase 3, I look at it and go, okay, that's a pretty interesting shot here or there, it's interesting what they've done with the composition. Doctor Strange! Remember when Doctor Strange got knocked into a bunch of shit? Let's see. Yeah, this scene. You guys remember this shot? God, the baller granny's back at it again. Yeah, I just like to keep up on my notifications so I don't get a million of them. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Okay. You guys remember this scene?
See through me, do you, or you don't? But I
It's
see
through you. Boom! In 3 seconds, that one little maneuver made her so much more interesting, right? And again, this is another thing that's funny with the woke shit that Disney's been pulling with the MCU is that, ironically, they replaced instead of using the old wise man, like, stereotype, which is a stereotype, and that's kind of wrong, but instead of just making it a cool Asian guy, you made it this white woman, kind of reverse woke. It's weird. Which makes it just even weirder. I don't think she did a bad job with the character of the whatever the fuck they call him, the Ancient One, right? But this is so cool. It's the first time we see him get knocked out of his body. Not only that, she sends his ass through the multiverse. Like, look at this. By the way, this astral projection thing happens several times throughout the movie. Now, we're going to compare this. This is in 720p, by the way. Let's see. Let's just compare it, shall we? And again, nothing to knock the VFX team, right? I'm just going to type his name. Come on, man. Everybody on Twitter's talking about it. You're telling me the images don't come up. This is how you know Disney's fucking with Google results and shit. We're gonna have to type Axel because we want to call him Axel for some fucking reason. Wow, I had to type his fucking adopted name rather than his actual fucking name. Oh my god. How dumb is that? How meta is that? Like, this is from a current Marvel project with a $200 million budget. Like, hang on, what was the Doctor Strange budget? 200 million. Thor, Love and Thunder. Budget. 250. It cost $50 million more to make this movie. And they had a worse floating head moment. Why? We got this. Why do we have this now? And again, I don't think it was that bad in the moment. But it felt more like daytime television. It felt like a CW show budget when you saw this. Because you're thinking, damn, that looked like shit. Why it look like that when they got this much money and everything else in the film looked kind of okay? Why that look bad, right? And again, not to say it's a problem with the VFX. Why does it look bad? Because the VFX artists have 1,000 other things to do, so they have to get the shot done, man. Just gotta get done, gotta get done. Even here, like, look at this. This looks cool, right? He's all see-through and glowy and shit. Turn it down a little bit.
I pushed your astral form out of your physical form.
Yeah.
What's in that tea?
What's in that tea?
Cybin, LSD.
It's just tea. With a little honey.
Like, that's a cute joke. They're having a discussion, you know? Not a bad
For a
joke.
moment, you entered the astral dimension. What? A place where the soul exists apart from the body.
Like, bro, you want to watch her do it again? She's gonna do it again.
To show you just how much you don't know.
She's humbling him.
Open your eyes.
He throws him through the multiverse, and the camera's turning and twisting, and all he's doing is flipping on a green screen. That's all they're having him do. Hell, half the time it's probably just a CG double. They just got him up on a rig, and they're spinning him around on a green screen. But this is a use of the CGI. I'm gonna mute it. It doesn't matter what it sounds like. I'm gonna mute it. This is when you use CGI correctly to show crazy cool shit like this. Stuff you can't film this practically. It would look fucking dumb trying to get something like this to look like practical. It would be weird as hell. And she just comes floating back in. And then she's like all this shit, whatever, send them through the multiverse. I mean, the best part of Doctor Strange 2, the multiverse scene, where they go, like, through the different things. And it lasted for, like, 30 seconds. Like, the one super cool thing you could show us. They showed us, like, 3 multiverses total. Like, we saw, like, 3 universes. Our universe, right? The Prime universe that the MCU takes place in. We saw the future cool universe with the Illuminati in it. And then we saw, like, a dark world where half the shit got eaten by, like, an incursion black hole thing. But we see when this happens, when they go through the multiverses, look at all of the options we had for multiverses, guys. All the possibilities, all the cool shit. And it flashes by in a fucking choke of a sequence where they're just falling through. And it looks cool as shit, right? Amazing work by the VFX team. But all these places you could have gone, all these sets you could have built, all this cool, wacky shit, right? All the different realities. Now they're being cut into pieces, and now they're paint. They're just paint floating around. And now it's 1920s. Now it's this and that and this and that, and it accelerates. And we're back to a normal world that's easy to put on a green screen. That was like 30 seconds, guys. They started at like 15 seconds into this clip. It's now 55. It was 40 seconds. The multiverse of madness. The aesthetic changed for 40 seconds. That's it. And again, it still looked okay, but the possibilities you had were near limitless. So why didn't you do it? Because it's a joke. Because they don't care. They'll just do, like, they throw it up, they throw some shit in there, you know, oh, we're gonna have the Illuminati with, like, Charles Xavier in it for 5 minutes. Hey, Love and Thunder, we're gonna have the Guardians of the Galaxy in the movie for literally the first 5 minutes of the film, and then they never come back. Right? Hey, Spider-Man No Way Home, we're gonna have the Peter Parkers in it from the other movies in the second half, in the last 30 minutes of the film. So you have to spend an hour and a half with Tom Holland and, like, those guys before you get to the other Spider-Mans. Eternals. What the fuck was in the Eternals? It's all original characters nobody's ever heard of. And you establish nothing for them. I only remember 2 of them. The only reason I remember Kingo is because he's got, like, the one good scene. He's a really funny, charismatic character. That's it. That's about it. Like, the best joke I've seen in MCU Phase 4, the only decent fucking joke I've had so far was this. I love this scene. It's so funny. being an iconic duo. It might show up in that. Yeah, no, this part. I love this. This scene's great. I love this. So here he's like he's charging up the shot to go fight the bad thing, right? Does this cool move underneath it. Dishoom. He's got the thing. And the thing is that his character is a Bollywood actor, right? Like not the actor, but like the character Kingu or Kingo is, right? He is a Bollywood actor. So he's got this sense of style and flair to it, which is why he ducks under. It's the one good bit in the whole movie was this. Wait for it. So to explain this line that he's about to say, there's this guy that's like his talent agent that like helps him with all of his film shit. And he's coming with him on this little, worldwide like adventure they're having. And he's like filming stuff for posterity. And his name is Karun, and he's been following them around with a camera. Wait for it.
Karan! Did you get that? I did, sir.
Did you get that? I did, sir. It's like, did you get the shot? And notice how they don't cut it 50 times. It just kind of lingers. It's just like, all right, cool. We got the one shot. It works. We got the joke delivery. That's fine. Why the MCU doesn't have more jokes like this? Situational jokes that take some kind of intelligence. Because you have to remember, Karun is following them around with the camera. Your brain has to remember that for this joke to work. It's like, oh, yeah, I get it. Right? Love and Thunder had none of that. It somehow had worse jokes than Eternals that had no jokes. Like, bro, how? Okay, so I think we've covered what the fuck is wrong with the MCU. They need to go back to serious tones for characters like Thor. And I'm not saying make him, like, dark and awful, Like, no, he doesn't need to be super that. Give Thespian Thor his license to be cool back, Let him make a little joke here or there. But then, for the most part, let him act like the God of Thunder, Why is Thor okay with New Asgard being a tourist attraction? His people are supposed to be proud Asgardian warriors. He was literally a god to humans at one point. And you're telling me this guy is just like, it's fine if they infantilize my entire culture. It's fine. Just abuse my culture for money. It's fine. Like, bro, okay, sure. But no, like, that's what happened to Thor. Captain America, thank God Steve Rogers is gone. We don't have Steve Rogers. He's the only one that got to end on, like, a really high note. Him and Iron Man. That's about it. Because Banner, like, Hulk got Banner-fied, so now he's Banner Hulk, but not. Like, it's weird. So his whole character's been changed from the duality of Bruce Banner and the Hulk, and they're at odds with each other and whatever. It's like, no, now it's just Banner Hulk. Now there's really no Hulk anymore. Now it's just Banner. Great. Yay. Fucking Mark Ruffalo. Wonderful. Nothing against Mark Ruffalo, but damn. Like, I want two characters there. I want Hulk, and I want Banner. I don't want Banner Hulk. Right? Black Widow's dead. She never even got to do anything before she died. Like, they made no use for character. Hawkeye gets fucking punked on in his own show. His show's terrible writing. It shits on Kingpin in the thing. And anyone who argues like, oh, well, Kingpin's not actually dead in the ending of Hawkeye. Yes, he is. He, like, literally, he had somebody pointing a gun point blank at his face, and a half second later, there was a trigger pull. There's no way. But, yeah, no, like, so Hawkeye got messed up. Banner got messed up. Hulk got messed up. Thor got messed up. Like, half the Avengers are either dead or clowns at this point that are just not cool. I mean, and then you got Captain America, right? He got a pretty great run, and then he went out gracefully. All right, cool. His character didn't change too much. He was just kind of Steve Rogers the whole time. All right, great. You had Iron Man, right? He had a lot of character development. And then in the end, he sacrificed himself. He saves the universe. Awesome. Great ending, right? So whereas Steve sort of kept his momentum as being the goodest boy, which is what Captain America is supposed to be, and he didn't really change on a personal level, he maintained at least. And then Iron Man, he went from one extreme to another. He became the guy to make the sacrifice play, like Cap accused him of in Avengers, you know? And so they went out on some high notes, and the rest of the team just kind of got fucked over by the writing, by being written off. Stupid. Very stupid. And then all the guys are setting up now. I don't want to see more of Shang-Chi. I don't give a fuck about Shang-Chi. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter, right? Wong's another one, actually, with Shang-Chi. That's funny. They actually showed Wong in Shang-Chi, and then he doesn't show up. He showed up for literally like 2 minutes, not even 5 minutes. He showed up for 2 minutes and left, and doesn't show up until the post-credits scene. So I don't know what he was doing while the world was being threatened by a soul-sucking demon. So Eternals, I mean, actually, Doctor Strange isn't technically even the Sorcerer Supreme anymore. He doesn't even get to be the Sorcerer Supreme anymore, because there's some technicality of like, oh, he got blipped, so since he wasn't here for 5 years, now Wong's the Sorcerer Supreme. It's like, dude, he's back, just give him the job, what the fuck? Like, it was supposed to be his job to begin with. Yeah, I mean, like, again, it's either characters are getting dragged down, that I liked, or it's characters being killed off, and like Black Widow, that was even set out on a high note. She was set on a low note. Her thing was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna die in Endgame. For what reason? Whatever reason we need, doesn't matter. Loki turned into a joke, right? Falcon and Winter Soldier, Bucky had some good character, at least he kept solid to himself, but that's just sort of because he's in line with the whole Steve Rogers thing. But I don't know, it's all Wanda being turned into a villain and then not, and then is but not. Like, she absolutely was doing villain shit the whole time. It's so weird to me that people ever thought she was a hero. It's like, yeah, she saved the universe, but only because it affected her personally. She didn't give a fuck. Like, she didn't give a shit. Miss Marvel, I don't care. Whoever Hawkeye's training, I don't care. Moon Knight, I don't care. She-Hulk, I don't care. All the new Avengers, all the, like, B-team Avengers, I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. I couldn't care. I could care less. I could not care less about any of this. So yeah, what do they need to do? Go back to things mattering. Good, less jokes, more serious, good characters, less CGI fuckfest, right? We need less of that and more of good writing and good character development. Simple. So, let's take a look at some of the other stuff, right? So we've covered that with the MCU. Now, let's kind of just see what I've been seeing on Twitter for the past couple days with this whole Love and Thunder thing. And it's not strictly like, oh, fuck people on Twitter, but it's like, you get kind of a sense of why I decided to do this stream. So something like this is fucking hilarious to me. This just happens to do with superheroes, so this is somebody like, oh, my favorite thing about superhero movies is when they make the villain individually abhorrent so you don't realize ideologically they're completely right. This is how you can tell people didn't actually watch the movies and absorb them and understand the plot. Because Killmonger wanted to colonize the world, Magneto wanted to commit genocide, Poison Ivy wanted to control humanity like fucking cattle, basically, and keep them from harming the environment. So she basically Captain Planet, but like if Captain Planet was a fucking authoritarian dictator, essentially. So I'm like, yeah, none of these things are correct, right? This is shit that you have to deal with. And you have to imagine that, like, for every one, whoever this person is, right, every one of somebody making a post like this, there's another 1,000 that are ready to go see the next Marvel product. Like, bruh. So then we have this. This is actually what spurred this tonight, where, we have Chris Gore. Chris Gore is fucking awesome. I've seen him. There's a couple of videos of, let's see. There's this film's thing. If I look, Chris Gore. So there's Film Courage on YouTube, and they've done a couple of videos with Chris Gore. He comes back occasionally to do some stuff, and talk about like great villains and what happened to the American movie, how to alienate the audience, and he gives very simple, like straightforward responses, right? Of like what's wrong with movies and how to fix your writing and stuff like that. And his top 10 movies and all this. It's really fun. It's really cool. Also, RRR apparently is like, yeah, like it's a very good film. I need to watch it still. It's on the list. But yeah, Chris Gore. So he's no slouch. He knows what he's talking about, right? So he is actually talking about this thing called Rippaverse, right? And I don't know who the fuck Rippa is, right? Rippa, Eric July, right? I didn't know who he was until like last week, right? Because he happened to show up in my algorithm, and because I've been watching like Nostalgic and RK and stuff because they've been talking about the Kenobi show and stuff like that. So obviously I watch a couple of their videos, and then naturally he's in the same vein. So then the algorithm decides to show me some of Eric July stuff. So Ripa, he goes by Ripa. Um, so he's got this thing called that he's dubbing the Ripaverse, right? Which is fantastic, right? And it's amazing. It's hit 1.4 million. Now, the thing about the Ripaverse is it's this sort of not it's not really like, oh, let's be the anti whatever, right? Let's be the anti woke. Let's be the right wing equivalent of the MCU. Like, he's not politically grandstanding with it. He's just like, look, here's my thing. I got a notification. Here's my thing. I've been talking all this shit about comics, and now I've got my own thing coming out. He's got his own thing set up, so we can look over it. And I mean, this thing, the campaign goal was just like $100,000. He only wanted $100,000. He's got $1.4 million from his backers. Like, holy shit. Meanwhile, Reva, Star Wars, Reva, that character, yeah, her. Her fucking lightsaber hasn't sold at all. They haven't even got enough backers to make the fucking lightsaber. They barely got 1,400 backers total. This guy's got 1.4 million in like a week or however long it's been up. I don't know how long this has been up, but the point being is this single dude with this, ISOM, right? This comic that's coming out, he's got $1.4 million in backing. So to do some stuff here. So you can get cover A, cover B. So he's got some variant covers, which is cool. I'm not super big on variant covers myself, but I like there's the option. You can get poster. That's kind of a cool poster. So you got like different stuff you can get, and that helps to fund the campaign. But let's assume like so the book goes for $35, but it's going to be decent art. It's going to be, I assume, several pages. Let's see. Let's click for details. What exactly is this? Okay, it doesn't come up. Interesting. So let's see. What's the story here? Well, the story is Avery Silman, once an entry-level hero known as ISOM in the city of Florspark, Texas. Shortly after getting a special ability, a certain event had him hang up his suit, and now he stays on the outskirts of the city, living as a rancher. Okay. Avery's sister, Altona, gives him a call, wants him to visit an old friend by the name of Darren Fontano. Okay? Or Fontano. Another family friend that was interning with Altona has gone missing. Uh-oh. And she has last heard that she was dealing with Darren. But Darren has... so Darren, being the guy. But Darren has much changed since he was hanging out with Avery when they were young. He's a cold-blooded shot caller and one of the most feared men in the city. Okay, so we've got a villain. Cool. The visit turns into one of the longest days in Avery's life. Around these parts, people call special being accepts. Okay, accept, short for exceptional. Makes sense. And unfortunately for Avery, he has the luxury of running into some of them. The Alpha Corps and Yaira have their own set of conflicts. Okay, so we have a team, right? I assume these guys in green are the Alpha Corps. You can see them better on this right here. This, I would assume, would be the Alpha Corps, this little trio of people dressed in green. And then Yaira's probably this woman. A man built like a tank by the name of Santuan reappears, and he's had previous confrontation with Avery. So what happens with Avery and Darren's meeting? Who and where is the family friend? Just grab ISOM number 1, Ill-Advised, part 1, and find out for yourself. So, yeah, so the campaign items, right? These are various items you can purchase throughout the duration of the campaign. You can save money if you bundle them together with other packages. But get them while you can. Some items are limited quantity, while others are only unique to this campaign, right? Okay, cool. So this is the book, the first issue, cover A. Okay, cool. Available through 7/15, so the campaign's ending in 2 days. So there you go. 96-page book, right? So an average comic, what is the average? Let's see, 100-page comic book. Let's see, what kind of books have 100 pages? So if we look, we can find there's like, let's see, is there anything like on sale? So there's like Superman, giant Superman, giant Batman. So these are known as like giant books, right? And so, what is the average page count of X or of I don't know of comic book? What is the average comic book length? So it's around 32 pages. A comic book is a magazine containing sequences of comic strips according to Merriam-Webster. Okay. Modern comic books average 32 pages, right? Containing 22 pages of comics and 10 pages of advertising. Now, we're assuming that this had no advertising because of the pricing, right? So obviously there's not going to be any advertisements, or at least there shouldn't be, because this is more of a graphic novel, right? This is more of a big book, a lot of pages, big story. So if that's like average comic book price, right? So according to comic book site Newsarama, right? Okay, so that's from 2015 though. Yeah, at what point do comic books become too expensive, right? So we're talking. This was last year, so they're talking about bumps in it. Uh, if someone wanted to read all four of these titles, it would cost them $24. So these are coming in. You got your Supermans, your Batmans, right? Current runs of stuff. They're going for about $6. But how many pages, right? So we're talking 40 pages for $6. Now, that's because they're also running ads in the middle of it. So that's offsetting the cost, right? The company is making money through other things. This guy's only making money, like the artists are only making money straight from this. So, it's got to go for printing, for shipping, for all this. It has to cover all those costs, and it's 96 pages. So if we doubled the 40-page book to an 80-page book, we'd be getting close. So let's say we take that $6 and we make it $12 instead. So that's $12 just for the book. That's with ads. if we removed the ads, it would probably be close to $20, right? Because it's unsubsidized. Then, if we're trying to actually pay the artist a fair fucking wage and the writer a fair amount, right? Then, if you're paying for the best, then they're gonna charge more because they know they're good artists. So, if you're paying for really intricate panels and really good work, and you're not just paying to shill something out, if you're paying for really good work and you're paying them what they're actually worth, and your comic is selling to a niche market, then 35 sounds reasonable. And it's a good first step. And then once he has it established and he has more readers wanting to buy the book, the price could naturally come down. Or maybe they decide they need fewer pages for the next story because this first one's clearly establishing a lot of characters. And then once you establish all those characters, there you go. So yeah, 35 I don't think is crazy. When you think of like video games, right, being like 60, this is 35. I mean, that's not too much. That's not too bad for one book, 96 pages of a story with what seems to be some good art. Excuse me. What seems to be some really good art. And there's 50 for like signed copies of the book, right? Makes sense. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. So that's what's happening with Rippa. Now that's to explain Eric July, Rippa, the whole Rippaverse thing. That's what I've been seeing go down. And the reason I did this is because I've been seeing people talk shit on Rippa for this. Like it's so fucking weird to me, right? Because I saw this and I saw, people talking about it, whatever, right? And then, like everybody's like, hey, what's this, what's that, can't wait, which cover did you get, right? Cool, people are into it, whatever, right? And then, like, all this kind of weird stuff. So we're talking about this stuff, and then there's some other stuff. If you look for Rippa, if we just look for Rippa, because I saw it like trending earlier. Like here we go, Rippaverse, right? That's what I was looking at earlier, and like this is the weird shit, right? All this was about Eric, us realize that people are hungry for good media, right? Good stories, yeah. So here's some stuff. This guy got banned off of a subreddit, right? The moderator straight up banned this guy, right? When it's his own fucking artwork. It's his own artwork that he did as fan art, right? And he did it. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna put this up here. Nope, nope. Why? Because Eric July is like associated with comic skating. Comic skate must be evil, right? So we're taking that away, Uh, yeah, it's so weird, right? So weird. Is that Az? That's Az from Heel First Babyface. That's fantastic. Uh, that's kind of fucking funny. Um, so like people have been talking about it, right? People are like, oh wow, it's trending again. We're talking about it. Great. But I saw one in particular that I can't seem to find now, and it's unfortunate because it was just some shit somebody was talking about it of like, oh well, fuck this guy, or he's he's bad guy or whatever. It was somebody talking like negatively about it, which is so funny. Um, let's see. Somebody was saying like, oh, this could have like, there's creators that have been trying for years, whatever. Um, but it's so crazy. Like I can't find the thing now. I should have just screenshotted it when I saw it. Would have made this a lot easier. But oh, this is fucking cool. I forgot that everyone in comics take to personal offense. Wait, what? I like this is the kind of shit I hear, and I'm like, wait, what? I literally don't remember this like being a problem. Like Superman smashes the Klan. I thought that was a well received book. I don't remember people losing their fucking minds over it. Like I thought it was like okay, like yeah, there we go. So it's like people just saying random straw man arguments. Like that kind of shit annoys me. You know, like it's so weird. It's so weird, right? You know, receipt. Here we go. What is this? Oh, he wouldn't fudge the numbers so in the lips. Like, what, really? Like, people really think he's, like, faking the numbers? Meanwhile, mainstream comics actually do that. They actually lie about how many people are buying the book to make it look like the book is actually selling when it's not. Because when you look at the actual numbers, the book is not selling that great. People are, like, some people are like genuinely triggered by this and they hate seeing like yeah, like literally look at this, right? Ripa, modern comics are trash. Fans, quote unquote. If you're happy, go write your own. Ripa, writes own and makes money from supporters. How dare you? That's exactly what I've been seeing on Twitter. It's like all these people. Yeah, this is the funniest part. This concept kills me. By the way, a black comics creator makes almost $1 million in a day, and Twitter is angry about it. Do I have that right? Yeah, it's like wasn't Twitter the one that was saying like, "Oh yeah, support"? I remember when there was a whole fucking thing. There was a whole thing. I don't remember when it was, but there was a point where I couldn't be on Twitter for like a long time because every time I was on there, it was like constantly, oh, support this black-owned business, that one, whatever, which is fine. I just didn't want to see their like marketing in my face over the idea that oh, I should get this product. I should get X product from Y person because Y person is Y person and not because of the do I need the product? Is the product cool? Do I want the product? No, I should be pandered to about like the color of someone's skin related to their business. Like I don't fucking care. It's about the product. It's not about who's behind the product. It's just do I find the company to be ethical and do I think that the product is good? That's what it's supposed to be about. You know, like this is so weird that people have been accusing it of like faking numbers. It's so weird how like all of a sudden everybody was like, "Oops, well, all of a sudden we be hating that shit." Not his wife. I'm an imposter. Oh my god. Let's see. Like Twitter's so fucked. They're fucked. I'm trying to. I was actually in the latest. I was trying. It sent me back to top for some fucking reason. Um, but no, I mean, you look at all this stuff. Everybody's talking about it. Talk about Ripa and the Ripaverse and all this. We look at the Ripaverse. So yeah. So, I think the main takeaway here is that like we're the main takeaway is that not only are people looking for good stories, right? So it's a prime time to make your own content on this because people are getting fucking fed up with DC and Marvel. And so this is a time to really push the indie scene and be like, yeah, look at this, look at that, look at this cool stuff. Um, and it's not only that, it's showing that like, yeah, if you're gonna talk about it, be about it, and make your own thing while you're at it. You might as well. If you've got better ideas, put it to the test, see if people want those ideas. You know, it's great. I mean, look at this. Look at this now. Someone's referencing it, right? I want to make a slavery film with nonstop Marvel humor just to fuck with people. Why the fuck? You know, should put this on Kickstarter. See if you can't pull off a Ripaverse. It's referencing like how popular that idea might be. Making a joke out of it, but it's fun. It's fun. Yeah. There's some. Yeah, like this shit is so funny because it's like these dudes getting in trouble for this, like on Reddit, like Reddit mods are losing their fucking minds over it because it's, oh yeah, you're getting this because of, whatever. Like, okay, great, cool. Permanently banned from our subreddit over posting this one thing, right? And this is the shit that drove me to do this today, rather than like tomorrow or the next day. It just made me want to do this today because I saw this. I saw, young Rippa. I saw his success. Rippa, young Rippa. I know him as Rippa. So, um, but I saw this. I saw everybody talking about it, and I was like, oh wow, this is cool that like he's doing this. And then I saw people shitting on him and like, talking shit, and I'm just like, come on, man. I mean, if we look at Eric July, they're probably in his replies. They're probably in his fucking replies. Like, no joke, probably. With the announcement and everything. Look at this, 1.4 mil. That's fucking crazy. You know? Anything to do, like this shit is stupid. Like, folks on Reddit attempting to post about or support the Rippaverse on the slash comic books subreddit are getting outright banned on the grounds of supporting a hate group. How? Literally how. They hate that we're winning. Yeah. And again, that's neither here nor there with his success. It's just that, like, clearly there's a bias. Clearly there's a problem here, Yeah. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Oh, if you don't like it, go make your own. All right. No, not like that. It's like, well, there you go. I mean, there's been some fucked up people, right? Yeah. It's so dumb. It's so crazy that, like, it's so, like, oh, yeah, no, we got this. This is a problem. That's a problem. We got to get rid of this and that, Like, oh, you didn't like, this? And so this is kind of interesting that, like, I'm pointing all this out because I get, I've heard all the lines about, like, Captain America, right? The Captain America Sam Wilson thing. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. Let me pull it up. Because I've heard these arguments. I've had these arguments, like, hurled at me before that, like, oh, you don't like Sam Wilson's Captain America because racism or some shit, or you don't like X character because of their sex or their ethnicity or whatever. And I'm sort of thinking, no, I don't like the character because the character fucking sucks, like, or what they're doing with the character is bad writing, Um, in here you can watch this. I plan on watching this after stream. Where comic tropes, I love comic tropes. He's talking about how Marvel, yeah, news like the Marvel VFX arguments. Like, bro, he he's covering that kind of shit, and it's great. And he's also chopped it up into the little timestamp pieces, so it makes it easy to look at just a particular section. Which I love. I love when a creator does that. But then you've got like, let's see, you've got like this, right? People suggesting that James Gunn should never direct another comic book film have lost their minds. The man has never missed. Yeah, like, this is the shit that's gonna be on Love and Thunder. Is some people are now comparing Taika to James Gunn and whatever, and then like saying like, oh well, James Gunn this or yada yada, and it's like, dude, James Gunn made fun movies. We've already been over. I like Guardians of the Galaxy. I like too. Like, bro, it's so like the Suicide Squad. Now, the only reason I didn't watch this day one was because of this fucker right here, John Cena. You can go fuck yourself, you Chinese capitulating son of a bitch. But the problem is, like, I wanted to see it, and when I saw it, I was like, oh wow, this is the first time. It was the first time in forever I had watched a comic book movie, and I went, oh, that was just really fun. Like, from start to finish, it was really fun. The the tone of it was exactly what I expected for the Suicide Squad. It just worked. And the only reason I didn't watch it is I was on sort of a John Cena boycott because I don't like what he said about China. I don't like any of that nonsense that he clearly was like just doing it on corporate orders of like, oh hey, I'm gonna say this thing. Oh wait, I'm gonna walk that statement back now that like my paycheck is threatened. Go fuck yourself. You have no integrity. And that's the reason I haven't even watched the Peacemaker show yet, even though I hear it's really good. I just haven't watched it mainly because the main character is an actor I don't like, right? Oh, Zemax, welcome to the chat, man. I didn't even notice you there. Just got here. What's your current opinion of the MCU? In the fucking gutter, currently. It's like a 4. Like, that's as strong as I can get with it. It's a 4 out of 10. The wholeness of the MCU Phase 4 is a 4, okay? It's a 4 out of 10. It's garbage so far. It's not It's nothing exciting, nothing interesting, and I don't want to go see any more movies. I don't want to see any more shows. I want them to stop at this point. I want them to just stop. And Zemeck says, "You really hate John Cena?" I do, but like over specific things. I don't hate him on a personal level. I just hate that he has no goddamn integrity. And whenever China gets involved or anything, all these companies all of a sudden shut up. Because they want the China money. Fucking hate that shit. Also, this guy, this is funny because he's like, "Oh, he missed once." I'm like, no, sir, Scooby Doo. Like, you guys can't look at Scooby Doo and act like the Scooby Doo live action movie wasn't great. Like, it was peak 2000s, you know? And can you say from like even from an objective film stance, it's like, yo, this kind of captures all the goofiness of the movies, and it just kind of works as a film. I could rewatch the Scooby Doo live action movies easier than I could rewatch any of the stuff from Phase 4. Even the stuff I liked in Phase 4, I don't want to rewatch. I mean, and then we got this in here where so this guy made a post about Love and Thunder, and he said a super weird gag in Thor 4 is that you see Valkyrie at the opening of an ice cream shop called Infinity Cones, right? We'll get to pictures of it here in a minute. But complete with a giant gauntlet on top of the shop. Cute in isolation, but in the world of Marvel, seems sort of akin to opening a Holocaust-themed candy store. This is the parallel people have been drawing, right? Which is completely accurate, And then he posts this, like how Multiverse of Madness just had this scene of a funeral and a guy talking about how he lost his brother in the blip, right? Literally, the last MCU movie had a whole scene with Michael Stolberg talking about losing both brothers and a cat while he was gone. Don't think he'll be getting ice cream anytime soon. The tone just is so wrong with Love and Thunder. It's not even a fun film like Ragnarok. Ragnarok was equal parts fun and equal parts serious. When it needed to be serious, it was serious. It didn't make light of certain things, right? Like the idea that the Asgardians would make a fucking Thanos goddamn ice cream shop with the Infinity Gauntlet. Like, really? They want to walk past it every day? They want to work there so that tourists can come in and get the Infinity ice cream? Really? I'm supposed to believe that. That is the equivalent. That is, to make it really easy for y'all to understand, that is the equivalent of Jewish people living in Israel opening a Auschwitz candy shop. That's the equivalent of it, right? Or a Dachau Donuts. If you don't know what Dachau is, fucking look it up. It's important. But yeah, like that's the type. It's the same concept, but because it's in a fake universe, because it's whatever. So here we go with this fucking moron, right? And of course they have the flag. Of course they've got fucking talking about just like fascists and white supremacists. Of course, that's all in their bio, because this is Twitter and they're idiots. Zemeck says, haven't watched Love and Thunder yet. I'm thinking it's going to be straight up ass anyways. Yeah, don't bother. Literally, don't bother. Don't spend money on it. Don't go out of your way to see it. It's going to hit Disney Plus at some point, and then it's going to get ripped off and put on all the pirate sites in HD anyway. So, fuck it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. So, you've got all this nonsense, right? And then we get this person coming in here, and they said, well, if you notice that we still have Nazis and MAGAs, yes, an Infinity Code sounds unreasonable until you remember that people are insane. Okay, but the Asgardians are the ones that put it there. They approved it. They allowed that shop to be there, right? And then they make this weird comparison to Christian crosses, which I completely fucking obliterate with logic. So the Christian religion uses... This guy comes in and has a bit of, an interesting take, right? He says, well, the Christian religion uses cross symbology because it represents sacrifice. Dying on the cross was part of the plan. Getting snapped was not part of the plan. Exactly, yeah. Symbols have to do with real-world events and how they connect to that and how you remember those events. Okay. It's in context, yeah. It was Doctor Strange's plan, though. I feel like if I have to explain that Doctor Strange and Jesus and God are different levels of significance to different people, this may be one of those times I foolishly try to reason with an unreachable person. Okay, a little snippy, but it's there. If you want to assume that's a given in this imaginary universe, it just says more about you than anything. Yeah, so now they're snipping back and forth, right? So let's see. In our universe, yes, I understand people are very weird and like wearing their dying god on their necks, and that many treat doing so more seriously than comic book iconography. In this comic book universe, where one was demonstrably more real than the other, I don't know. So I explain, right? I use my brain, I type something out, and I explain. Hi, hi, guy raised by Southern Baptists here, which I was. I'm not practicing myself, but I'm familiar with that aspect, right? And to the Southern Baptists and to the idea of the empty cross versus the crucifix. So the cross is not a symbol of death; it is a symbol of resurrection. Okay, the crucifix is the symbol of sacrifice because Jesus is still on the cross, right? An empty cross means Jesus has ascended and awaits believers in the kingdom of heaven, right? That's the point of it, at least from the Southern Baptist perspective, from the Christian perspective. That's what defines a Christian versus a Catholic. Christians believe in the afterlife, right? They put reverence in the ascension. Catholics believe in sacrifice. That's why they have to atone for their sins. That's why they have a crucifix as opposed to a cross. It's why they have all the Hail Marys and absolving themselves of sin by talking to a priest, because to them it's all about sacrifice, right? Zemek says, I just got a YouTube video recommendation that shows a comic book of Spider-Man and Deadpool kissing. Fantastic. Of course, YouTube algorithm, at it again. So let's see. So this guy's, talking about this. The gauntlet isn't a symbol of death. It's a symbol of resurrection. It's a bit less of a stretch. Actually, no, because I point out exactly why. If that was Tony's gauntlet, you would be right, because Tony has a different gauntlet. He has the Iron Man nanite gauntlet thing. He takes the stones and puts them into his own armor, right? But even then, Thanos killed the Asgardians to get to one of the stones. So even without the thing, a guy wearing the Infinity Gauntlet murdered all of their people, or at least half of their people, to get to the stone. No matter how the stones were used after the fact, the Asgardians would view all things related to the Gauntlet as the darkest day in their history. And all I get is apparently not. Now again, remember, this might be some idiot on Twitter, but you have to remember, for every one dumbass on Twitter, there's 1,000 more in real life that are just fucking normies that will go see the Marvel content. Which is why it keeps getting worse. They just keep accepting everything, right? Without question. They just let it all go. Let's see. So, I don't talk exclusively about Marvel stuff, so I'm just looking through to make sure we got all this. So let's see. Here, there, whatever. I mean, this is crazy, right? Like, even if you don't like Eric July, right? If you don't like him, he's still got the whole Rippaverse thing going on. That's pretty crazy. He's putting in the work, to back up his criticism comics by offering an alternative, right? That's great to see. And I'm not hopping on the boat just yet, but I'm very interested to see where it goes, right? I want to see if the story's good and all that. As long as the idiots are around, Marvel will keep raking the cash. Exactly. So here we go with this. This is the same post from before. But then we have this guy. Another one. Flag in bio. Or flag in name, fucking politics or OFMD. OFMD meaning Our Flag Means Death, which is a reference to one of Taika Waititi's films, right? Some pirate thing he did with gay pirates. I don't know. So then this guy, brilliant, by the way. What's weirder is you're comparing a fake storyline for a fake superhero world to a real life event that traumatized and killed real people and has lasting effects in the real world, right? And so I just give him the obvious answer of, yeah, it's not like comic stories ever had anything to do with real life, And before you say X-Men is all about that and Avengers isn't, let me remind you that we just had Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That show was all about real-world race relations, right? Which I covered earlier, and I'll just say it again succinctly here, that being about race relations is not an inherently bad thing. It just was not handled the best. It teetered the line for me, and I felt like they handled it as well as they could in the most neutral way possible, but they really didn't handle it that well because it's a touchy subject. And then in it, I posted the scene I literally went on to Disney Plus. Like, I don't pay for it. I wouldn't pay for it if it was me, but my dad pays for it and all that. They want to watch it. Okay, cool. My family pays for it. Cool. So I went on, and I made sure to get this frame because I couldn't find just this frame on Google for some reason. So I went onto the app just to get these screenshots, This is from X-Men Last Stand, right? This is from a superhero movie that existed before the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? This predates the Marvel Cinematic Universe's beginning by 2 years, right? And here's Magneto, a Holocaust survivor. And this woman over here has said, oh yeah, well, you're one of the Brotherhood mutants, right? The Brotherhood of Mutants, right, is Magneto's kind of group in the comics. It's like, oh, well, if you're one of us, if you're on our side, well, then where's your mark, right? Because they start wearing these like tattoos, they start like on their neck or whatever. They have like a mark for the Brotherhood that they wear, so people know who they're affiliated with. It's a nice symbol for that. And Magneto, the Holocaust survivor, says, "I have been marked once, my dear, and let me assure you, no needle shall ever touch my skin again." And he shows Marvel could never get this level of serious into it. The mutants in Marvel will not get close to this. It's so fucking dumb. And he's saying, "No needle shall ever touch my skin again." And it shows the identification number that was forcibly tattooed onto him in Auschwitz. Like, in the fucking camps. Like, bruh, it's ridiculous. And then, of course, everybody else is telling him, Jesus Christ, what the fuck, Like, you understand the concept of comparison. They're, like, trying to backtrack it and whatever. They didn't reply to me, mind you, right? This person replied to, like, most everybody else, but not me. That's interesting. They didn't reply to mine, because they can't argue mine. They can't backtrack mine. They can't make it about something else, because I gave such a succinct fucking answer. They can't possibly argue it. And that's how you shut these people down, with proper logic, right? Here's another guy, right? One of the ways people deal with stuff is parody. Almost no one on Earth saw or knew who Thanos was. He's basically a boogeyman. Hence, fighting with the government and blaming supers because they are someone tangible the people of Earth can blame. So yeah, Thanos would become a meme. Yeah, I'm thinking what you're thinking. It's a shop in the middle of New Asgard, run by Asgardians, who all knew Thanos because he nearly wiped out their population. This is like saying Jews would put an Auschwitz candy shop in the middle of Main Street, Israel. It's the same concept. And Taika Waititi didn't care. He just wanted it for a joke, right? So this is being, there's no permanence in Disney, no continuity, they don't care. They make product to simply make product, right? I love these, right? The VFX worker, because Taika Waititi decided to put a clip out where he's like laughing about how bad the movie looks, having fun with it, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine that the VFX artists busted their ass 10 times harder than you did, and you just didn't give a fuck. So then here's like some people posting shit like this, where it's the Homelander from The Boys just killing a dude. Oh, it's so funny. And then like this guy's talking about like old Trek versus new Trek, and I had to tell him like, yo, why, like, old, it's not about silliness, but that's a different topic. We're on Marvel today. I mean, this is fucking funny to me. Since we're talking superheroes, let's talk about this. This shit, Queen Maeve, first of her name, she who made Homelander bleed, right? So this apparently happens in season 3 of The Boys. I haven't gotten to season 3 yet, but apparently Maeve punches Homelander and makes him bleed, which is like the first time he's ever like bled in the series. But obviously, Maeve is already established in The Boys as being as strong as Homelander, basically. Like, she's already badass, Haven't gotten in the new season yet, but from what I recall in prior seasons, it was already established that Maeve was the only person, aside from the Nazi chick, right? Stormfront, I think her name was, that was on Homelander's power level. This would be like a regular woman breaking a regular man's nose. It's not hard. It's not, like, this person's trying to make it about gender shit. I'm like, that's why. That's why Rippaverse exists. Because of stupid people like this that want to make everything about, oh, this and that and whatever, like, this symbolism. Like, no, fuck off. Like, it's not about that. So how does Thor, this is a plot point in Thor Ragnarok, right? How does Thor just give his powers to others, and why didn't he do that for his fellow Avengers when they fought Thanos? That happens. In Thor Love and Thunder, he literally just temporarily gives all these kids the power of Thor, just because he's got mystical powers and he can just say that. So it's like, cool. So now every time they're in trouble, and I raised this point to my friend when we came back from the movies, I was like, well, doesn't that mean that every time they're in trouble now, Thor can just power up the weakest member of their team, and then they essentially have 2 Thors? How does this power work, Taika? You don't care because you just want a cool scene of kids in the movie acting like Thor. So this is the ice cream shop in question. This is on Main Street, Asgard, right? This is in the middle of New Asgard. It's actually like a fucking fishing port or whatever, right? This is a fucking tourist attraction run by Asgardians. It's not Tony's Gauntlet. It's not just... If it was just the ice cream, it wouldn't be that much of a problem, right? The stones are still problematic. But it's the fact that the fucking thing is held by the Infinity Gauntlet that killed half the universe. Like, Jesus Christ, man. This feels tone deaf. In Endgame, Thor got a heavy sense of PTSD when Banner said Thanos' name, and Thor got very emotional about it. And let's not forget that Thanos slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Asgardians at the beginning of Infinity War and even killed Heimdall. Bruh. The bigger insult is that Heimdall's son is, like, the leader of the kids in this one. He's, like, a focus. And then they make some joke about his name for some reason. I don't know why. Why is there a Thanos? He killed Thor. Like, why is there a Thanos ice cream shop? Right? This is like making an ice cream pub for Stalin or Hitler. It's stupid. Right? It's very stupid. Me watching. This was literally my reaction. I'm not joking. This is also The Boys Season 3. But this was literally my reaction. My literal reaction in theater. I was like, you can't be serious. Like, I'm just internally screaming at it because it just doesn't make any sense. Me watching a Thanos ice cream shop being opened across the street, my wife and kids were snapped out of existence. But this was literally me in the theater. I sat there and went, it's just fucking, what the fuck was that? Like, I literally whispered to my friend, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, if I have to get vocal during your movie and it's not crying and or applauding, you've got a problem. If I feel the need to blurt something out in the middle of your movie, you've got a problem. Yeah, Zemax, that's what it is. Welcome. You not having seen Love and Thunder. This is part of a little montage they do showing King Valkyrie doing boring tourist stuff. Yeah. Didn't need to be in here. Didn't need to exist. Taika says, fuck it. Look at the way he points to it, too. And over here we have the Genocide ice cream shop. You know, I think it's very funny, so it's going in the movie because Disney's just letting me do whatever I want with zero restraint or thought of tone. This is a movie about a woman that has cancer, by the way, being a superhero. This is a movie that opens with the villain becoming the villain because his daughter dies in a desert due to dehydration. And he's literally in the middle of this desert. He has just buried his young daughter. She was like 7. He buries her, and he's laying next to her grave. He is dehydrated, so he can't even cry. He's not even allowed to cry for his daughter because his body cannot spare the moisture. So he just lays there motionless, cracked lips, sunburned, like holding onto the grave. He's laying next to her in a fetal position. He's got one arm outstretched over the grave, just holding his now dead daughter. Jesus Christ. Like, they hand wave away the cancer, too. They act like, oh yeah, Jane Foster has cancer. And then we get to the end of the film and she dies of it. And that's the only scene that's serious throughout the entire film is, oh, Jane Foster's dying. Cool, I wish I gave a shit about Jane Foster. I don't care about that character because she wasn't in the movies since Thor Dark World. It's been a lot. She literally hasn't been in the films since Phase 2. Like, come on, how am I supposed to care? Yeah, imagine if Reed Richards was in Endgame. This was in Multiverse of Madness, fucking blurting out weaknesses of people. Yeah, so this is me, right? I was genuinely offended when this appeared on screen. I shit you not. I was literally offended, triggered, whatever you want to call it. I was quite literally offended. I felt something change in me internally. I felt my heart drop a little. I'm like, what? Because this was the moment I knew. I was offended by this moment because this is the moment I knew that Marvel was dead, that the MCU was gone, that we were never going to get anything of importance again, and it was all just going to be jokes and garbage. Yeah. Like, the absolute disrespect for any sense of continuity or world building. This kind of concept is supposed to be a shit post in a Discord chat, not in a movie that starts with a dead child. This movie starts with a dead kid in the desert. Like, bro, this is the clip where Taika is like, oh, this doesn't look too real. Haha, we're laughing about it. Bro, hopefully VFX artists that worked on Taika's film see this video and this becomes the driving moment that makes them all unionize. Seeing the millionaire director making fun of your work he and producers forced you change 5 times for deadline with little pay is insane. It is. It is. Zemak says now you can relive your PTSD while eating ice cream. Exactly. Exactly. What do you, like, you have to think, okay, what are they naming the ice creams in there? What are their specialties, you know? You know, what do they have, like, you know, Strawberry Snap, right? Like, because clearly, if they're going to name the shop Infinity Cones, then the items in the shop are going to have pun-based, like, pithy names, right? So, Strawberry Snap, right? You know, maybe there's like a cone for every Avenger, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Like, this is not the same as like the shawarma bit in the end of uh fucking Avengers, right? The first Avengers film, there's a post-credit screen where they had mentioned, you know, in the middle of the film, or no, it wasn't the middle of the film. It was like when Tony comes back and like Hulk yells at him and he wakes back up and it's like, oh, Tony's not dead, great. And he's like, oh, what we should do? We should go get shawarma. I know this great place around the corner, right? That's a good joke. Okay, it's like, because that's what Tony would say. That's how Tony would act. And then, then they see like, oh, Loki's not defeated yet. We have to go still stop that thing, right? We have to clean that up. So it's like, all right, we gotta go stop that. And then Tony's like, and then shawarma after. It's like, yeah, shawarma after, cool. And then in the credits, it's funny to see that because it's funny to see they're all sitting around this table and Hulk's still in Hulk form, and they're all eating, the shawarma, right? Like, that's an okay joke. I'm not gonna show it. I don't care. I described the whole thing, but that's an okay joke. Sure, great, wonderful. Let's see here. We got this. We've got let's see. This is one where I came up with some alternate titles off the top of my head for Sam Wilson, right? Alternative titles for Sam Wilson to be a patriotic superhero that honors Steve's memory without cosplaying as him, right? Without acting like Captain America, but being his own person, right? Iron Eagle, Homefront, Liberator. These are 3 off the top of my head that I came up with, right? There's more if you really think about it, but these are just off the top of my head. See how easy a new name is. And I mentioned this earlier in the stream. Like, if you just would have named him something else, you could have made him a patriotic hero just like Captain America. Would have been fine. So then there's this, because a lot of people were getting mad at that Star Wars girl, because this gets posted, right? They're talking about, like, okay, will Steve Rogers be back? No, we're talking about, like, it is unclear if Chris Evans reprised his role as the first Captain America, right? And then Chris Evans decides to open his fucking mouth. And nothing against the guy, but damn, you really didn't need to say this. This was kind of pointless, but alright. Nice virtue signal there. Sam Wilson is Captain America. Not to me, he's not. To me, he's his own character. And so Star Wars girl says Steve Rogers, right? Because, like, okay. And then everybody's like in her replies talking all this shit about it, right? And the funniest thing is when they rip shit, right? He's Captain America. I'm just Steve these days. Like, bro, you're wearing the Captain America suit. He's wearing a suit modeled after your suit. Like, bro, like, yeah, Zemax, right? Iron Eagle. It would work because he flies. So he could call himself Iron Eagle. Eagle being the national bird of America. The symbol of freedom. Perfect. Fucking perfect. But no, they don't do that. So then you got this guy talking this shit about it, right? And this is so weird to me. So this is what I said. Why do you want to erase the accomplishments of Sam Wilson so much? Guess a black guy doing his own thing isn't good enough for y'all. You have to slap the title of a white guy onto him to make him relevant. Nah, I love Sam Wilson's Falcon. Let him be his own kind of hero. Exactly. And then, of course, I post that. A Falcon doing a badass, like, drop out, because he's a paratrooper. That's fucking awesome. So it's like, literally, the thing with Sam Wilson and Captain America, right? The whole debacle there. Just put the shield away. Let Captain America die with Steve Rogers. Let him be a memory. Let the next patriotic hero be Iron Eagle, where Falcon, the new taking over for the old, right? He's not adopting that. And I mean, even in a functional sense, let's say that it's fine for a new Captain America, right? Let's say, okay, we accept that. From a functional sense, how does it make any sense for a guy who's been training for years, doesn't have a vibranium arm or super strength, so I don't know how he catches this vibranium shield coming back at him at full force. It's kind of crazy. But how the fuck does he use that shield properly? Like, how's he going to use that shield to its fullest? How's that going to influence his combat style? Is he just going to use that now? Because this is a guy that's been using small arms, right? As part of his kit. So now he's just going to use the shield? Okay, cool, great, wonderful, whatever. Like, How does it make any sense? I don't know, and neither does Disney. They just make this shit up and then say, figure it out. You guys figure it out. Choreography, you figure it out. Try and make it look good while he's got this fucking shield in one hand and a set of wings and he's trying to throw it, and then... Why wouldn't you just use the wings as the shield? They're also made of vibranium. Like, he's been doing that. Like guys, we can literally see how he's used to using his wings as a shield. Like, no, I don't want to see him with the shield. I want to see Falcon blocking bullets with his shit. Falcon blocks bullets with wings. Like, there's actually a scene at one point where he uses his... I swear to God, it's in one of these, and I cannot find it now, of course, conveniently, can't fucking find it. But there's a bit, and I think it's in, Captain America Winter Soldier, where they're raiding this complex, and some guy goes to shoot at Falcon, so he, like, tucks behind it, he, like, pulls his arm over, and, like, the wing comes over, and, like, he tucks in behind it, so he doesn't get shot, right? So we got this. Let's see. Does he actually use the wings in the way... Like, look at the way he moves in this, right? Thank you. Comes in, Spidey kicks him, metal arm.
You have a metal arm? That is awesome, dude.
And then Falcon. Now, look at the way he does the wings, because he knows he's going to take this guy with him. If he had a shield in the other hand, he wouldn't do that. It affects his combat style. It forces him to be grounded because he can't just do that with a shield in his arm. He can't grab somebody like that. He can't fly around like that well anymore. You know? Yeah, yada yada. Okay, back to Falcon, right?
Multiple contusions detected.
Yeah, I detected that too.
Let's see. So there he is. Oh, cool. So his wings are carrying him. He's got the star mount. All right, so maybe he could carry the shield while doing that move. That's fine, I guess.
Oh, God. Hey, buddy, I think you lost this.
That's a good joke. See how I got a chuckle out of me? I think you lost this. Throws the sign back at him. But look at the way he comes up with the shield, right? Boom! He comes in. Now, if he had the shield, right? If Falcon has the shield, he wouldn't even bother flying towards him. He would just take the shield and throw it at Spidey to knock him down. Again, plus I'm pretty sure it's more effective at deflecting bullets because the wing is pretty big. Yeah, the wing is literally bigger than the shield. So he's got a suit, a brand new suit and a brand new set of wings that the Wakandans built for him after his last suit got wrecked. They built him a brand new suit. So obviously the wings are going to be made out of vibranium, thus making them just as good. So why you wouldn't just have him use the wings? Why you're giving him the shield? He doesn't need the shield. Just let him use the wings as part of his shielding, right?
Wings carbon fiber?
Is this stuff coming out of you?
That would explain the rigidity-flexibility ratio, which, gotta say, that's awesome.
I don't know if you've been in a fight before, but there's usually not this much talking.
God. Back when fucking the MCU could make a joke about dialogue and it was kind of funny because they didn't do dialogue that much. The action scenes were actually really solid. Ooh, knocked him down.
Guys, look, I'd love to keep this up, but I've only got one job here today, and I gotta impress Mr. Stark, so I'm really sorry. What?
Hey, look at that. There's Red Wing. We don't remember Red Wing, do we? Because now that he has the shield, everybody's looking at the shield. Everybody forgets he has Red Wing. He's got a little robot dude that helps him out. He's got a sidekick, little robot sidekick. And again, I can't find it, but I swear to God, there's a scene where he blocks bullets with the wings. I'm not even kidding. Like, holy shit. There is. You guys can look it up. I'm pretty sure it's in... Actually, no, I can look it up. Hang on, I'm gonna kill this real quick. Just I don't need you guys seeing the Disney produced information. And whatnot. Because I can actually look this up in real time. Let's see. If it was in Winter Soldier, like I think it was. And in the movie Winter Soldier, not in Falcon and Soldier, which is... let's see, if I look, I think it's like the first raid they do in the movie, like the first beginning of the movie where they have this, like, they're going after some guy, and then, where is it? Yeah, beginning of the movie, there's the boat thing, and then after the boat thing, then is it Winter Soldier the one I'm thinking of, where they do the raid on the guy, or is that might be Age of Ultron actually? No, because Wanda wasn't friends with them yet. I don't think anybody uploaded that scene. Yeah, it's really a shame because that's a really good. Actually, if I look up the fight scene itself, actually, yeah, the way I'm phrasing it, good call there's MX with like somebody might have uploaded that scene, not the particular action, but the scene. I know Corridor did it actually. Corridor, what scene is that? Because they did an R-rated Marvel thing. Yeah, we make Marvel R-rated. What scene is it actually from, though? Trying to figure it out. Also, subscribe to Corridor Crew and Corridor. Like, they're great. Corridor Crew is, like, their behind-the-scenes how we do things, and then their Corridor channel is, like, they just put, like, the content itself up. So they have different stuff on different channels. So they have, like, the main channel and then the secondary channel. Which is cool.
So if Thor's hammer is supposed to weigh as much as a planet, what do you think would happen if he smashes someone with it? Well,
this is a great video, by the way.
Flying. It would be completely obliterated.
Yeah.
All of his internal organs would be squished from the momentum. It's the same as Superman when he catches someone who's falling. Exactly. He'd be dead immediately.
His body would just liquefy. It'd be like juice coming out the
Yeah, this is the one. This is what I'm looking for. This is okay. It's Captain America: Civil War, not Winter Soldier. That's where I messed up on. Okay, so maybe if I look it up now, it'll work. Let's see. Captain America: Civil War first fight. Let's see. This one, the opening Lagos fight scene. This is the one I was looking for. So there's Red Wing. I still love Red Wing. It's such a great concept to have a little robotic dude. So we can look this back. I'm actually gonna double speed it because we're just looking for a specific part. I don't want to sit here all day with it. Even though it is a pretty good scene. It's a pretty cool scene, you know. They break it open. Here come the trucks, you know. Your little tactical squad. This is, I don't know who this guy is. It's supposed to be some guy. It's one of the ex-Hydra members, and now he's like doing mercenary shit. So here comes Cap. Cap comes in. Actually, I'm gonna slow it down. You know what? Now that we're at the action, I'm actually gonna slow it down so we can appreciate it. So, pretty good action in this. Here comes Cap. Boom! Comes out like a cannonball, squashes him, kicks the truck at him. Like, look at that for action. Notice how much of this is CGI, though. Is Cap's suit CGI? Is it? No, he's actually wearing that. In the middle of this set. In the middle of the scene. The only thing that's really CGI with Captain America is the shield. Because obviously you can't get a shield to bounce like that. But the way they do it, they mix it so well that when it's flying, it's motion blurred, so it doesn't have to look as good. It doesn't have to look pixel perfect with the lighting. So you just know, oh, shield moving, shield back. And then when shield is back, they cut to, he's got the shield on again. So now it's back to practical. And this is just a lot of wire work, a lot of quality stunts.
I make 7 hostiles.
Here goes Falcon. Falcon comes in. You go, right there! Right fucking there! What did I just say? I said he blocks bullets with the wings. I'm gonna slow it down. We're gonna watch this super slow-mo. Let's see that in an instant replay. Watch him block these bullets. He curls into a ball that fully protects him with the wings in an amazing maneuver. He threads the needle under here. Goes up to the roof. As he comes up, he knows there's a guy up there. Look at him. Perfect. See this little flare? That's a bullet bouncing off him. What did I say? The shield is fucking pointless. If he's going to be Captain America, he doesn't even need the shield. The shield is pointless. The shield doesn't make you Captain America. Your actions do. That's the problem with making Falcon into Captain America. Like, yeah, you can literally hear the page. You're right, Zemax. You can literally hear it. If we go back a bit. Listen. You can hear tunk woo, tunk woo. Those little tink tink tinks you hear? That's the bullets flying off it. You know? And then let's just watch the scene out. Comes in, kicks him. Shoots a guy. Straight up shoots a guy. So, this is a guy that's used to doing this kind of shit. He's used to flying in this manner. He's used to using small arms. And you're telling me that this guy would have no problem picking up a shield, and then after a little montage in Falcon and Winter Soldier, you throw it. He just throws it around his backyard a couple times. Oh, this is easy. This works. He somehow then figures out what his whole flight pattern and everything's going to be. Like, I know vibranium weighs essentially nothing, but it still weighs something, which he would still have to account for. So is he constantly rolling his left shoulder up to, like, recenter his gravity when he's flying? Or is he flying so fast doesn't matter? Like, this is the problem. So we've got CG, we've got Wanda. That was kind of pointless. She could have just held him there. I mean, but again, you know, that's the problem with Wanda's is.
Wanda, just like we practiced.
What about the gas?
Can we talk about what he's doing with the shield here?
Rumlow's on the 3rd floor.
He's got it, holding it up as a shield. He's holding the wing up like it's a shield as he goes to secure some other dudes. He's holding his wing up in case somebody tries to shoot at him. Here comes Cap. This is how Cap fights. Balls to the wall, gritty strength, you know? Because that's how Cap is supposed to fight. Falcon is clean and crisp, and he's zooming around at Mach 12, right?
Pack it up.
This is Cap. Uses the shield. And then kicks him. Blocks it. Takes the leg in. Alright. This is Cap, because he got the super strength. That's his fighting style. This is what he's supposed to do. Here's Wanda trying to keep the building together, whatever. Look at this! Falcon's literally using that as a shield. And he's shooting over the shield. It's almost like he's a tactical paratrooper that knows how to work with this fucking equipment. They should have just let Captain America die, go down as a legend. Yeah, literally what I've been advocating for is MX. Literally. Man, I love their corridor, especially that one video about Stormtroopers. Yeah, the Stormtroopers being accurate video. That's a great video they did. But you guys can see, he's literally, like, he already understands how to use the wings as a shield. He's fully comfortable with it. So, look at this! He's just casually doing it. Does he have, like, some chip in his brain? Is there, like, little micro switches? How does he tell the wings to do this? But he does it. It's second nature to him. He's casually calling in he's just launching some missiles. Again, something he wouldn't do if he has to lug Captain America's shield around. It changes the way the character fights, thus changing the way the character is received and understood. Falcon is dead. Falcon is not Falcon anymore. Sam Wilson is no longer Sam Wilson. He's just dollar store Steve Rogers at this point. That's all he is now. And it pisses me off, because I liked Falcon. I liked him. Why did you fuck him up? Why did you take a character I genuinely liked, and you're just making him second best to another Captain America, to make it look like, oh yeah, I'm Captain America now. Like, you didn't need to do that, Disney. You done fucked it up. Zach, yeah. Like, goddamn. You know, this is another one talking about, like, the whole Batman and Robin, right, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, if you guys remember, if I just type this, it should come up. So, like, Batman and Robin with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Obviously, Joel Schumacher directing, you know. We know this movie. So Batman and Robin is mocked for daring to have some kind of campiness to it, even though the story it told was quite cool. At the same time, y'all want to act like Love and Thunder is amazing with terrible jokes. Love and Thunder has atrocious fucking writing, atrocious jokes. The story is fucking subpar. Basic as shit, it's boring. And then people are acting people a couple years ago were like, Batman and Robin, that's so stupid. I still think it's kind of an alright film. But it's like, that's a stupid, campy film. It's stupid, right? And then we get to Love and Thunder, and everyone's like, oh my god, Love and Thunder is so good. No. Fucking no. Natalie Portman says Chris Hemsworth didn't eat meat before their Thor kiss because she's vegan. This is the shit we get for articles, guys. This is the shit we get. We get weird fucking articles like this. Oh, Chris Hemsworth's so thoughtful, he didn't eat meat before their kiss on set. Bitch, I don't know if you noticed, that is Chris Hemsworth. I don't care if you're vegan or not. If Chris Hemsworth is about to give you, a nice, deep, passionate kiss on any movie set, or at any point in your life, it's not gonna matter if his breath smells like fucking onions. Like, you don't care. You don't care what it tastes like. It's Chris Hemsworth. Like, what is this? He's a very nice person. Yeah, of course. Chris Hemsworth's a great guy, right? Like this is the thing. God, look at them next to each other. It's such a joke. Like his arms out to here, her arms. Meh. She went to the gym for like 2 months, maybe, and then they started filming. That was about it. Zero fucking dedication. Dudes have to be eye candy that are ripped to shit. They're shirtless half the time. Yeah. But when it's time for the women to be all super strong, all of a sudden we don't know how to do that. We can't let a woman look like that. Okay, of course not. Yeah, and then I mean, there's some stuff about like him being, that's just about Taika Waititi being called a gay icon, which is I don't get it, but okay. Like this is what Thor is supposed to be versus what he is. Like I love this meme as well. Like I love this meme. Marvel Studios and Thor. Taika, help! And Taika comes in and just shoots, fucking murders Thor. Chris Hemsworth could smell like literal doo doo, and I'd still kiss him. Exactly. Same act. Exactly. Yeah. What Thor is supposed to be versus the clown they made him. Yeah. This is comic Thor. More giants. Send me more Odin damn giants. Send them all. Like, intensity. Thor in Ragnarok. I can see your face. Not when I do this. It's all a joke to Taika. He has no respect for the character. He doesn't care. And it's even, and so I said it's even funnier because Thor once actually snuck into a shield facility. In the first Thor movie, he genuinely goes in stealth mode and takes out a couple of guards and then puts on one of their rain ponchos to try and blend in, right? He literally wears a proper disguise in that movie. Taika literally wrote the Thor dumber for no reason. This is what it looks like when someone just wants you to consume content, and all I can say is, not happening. Like, look at this, guys. Look at this clip. Like, I'm probably gonna have to fight a copyright claim just for playing this clip, but I'm gonna let it play in its entirety so you fucking understand what we had in the first Thor movie and what made it good, and how the first Thor movie is significant. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I had the volume low.
Why? You were knee-deep in Jotun blood. Why would you take me?
You were an innocent child.
No. You took me for a purpose. What was it? Tell me!
I thought we could unite our kingdoms one day, bring about an alliance, bring about a permanent peace through you. But those plans no longer matter.
So I am no more than another stolen relic, locked up here until you might have use of me.
Why'd you twist my words?
You could have told me what I was from the beginning. Why didn't you?
You're my son. I wanted only to protect you from the truth.
What, because I'm the monster parents tell their children about at night? You know, it all makes sense now why you favored Thor all these years. Because no matter how much you claim to love me, you could never have a frost giant sitting on the throne of Asgard. Guards! Guards, please help!
Alright, let's break down why that's such a good fucking scene. First, my reaction. Thor 1 has always outslayed because, let me adjust my headset by the way. It's a very up and down movie. Thor 1 has always outslayed because it was a well-written, sentimental Shakespearean space opera about a family drama set in myth with beautiful cinematography carried by Tom Hiddleston. Which, I will admit, in the first one, Chris Hemsworth, he was not the straight man in that one. Chris Hemsworth very much more of the goofy older brother type thing, who, he needed to be humbled, right? That was the whole point of his arc. But Tom Hiddleston absolutely carried it for Loki. He's fantastic. It was even funnier than anything Taika's tried. Yeah. Like, the jokes in Thor 1 are funnier than the jokes in Ragnarok shit. Not to say that Ragnarok's not funny. There are some good bits, but all the best bits are basically with Loki. Yeah, I can watch Thor 1 and Iron Man 1 any day. Exactly. You can watch them 100 years from now. They would still be relevant. It's a timeless story. Uh, so I said I rewatched this the night I got back. I shit you guys not. I went and saw Love and Thunder with my buddy. I came back and I'm like, damn, that was really boring and disappointing. And I went back to watch Thor 1 just to see what we used to have with Thor. My God, how the mighty have fallen. Such potential after Ragnarok for Thor to finally be king and find a balance between thespian and everyman. Now he's just another in a long line of Phase 4 jokes. The ending of Ragnarok set him up as being the king and being worthy and leading his people and finding that balance of being, maybe a little less serious than his father, but also respectable and elegant and kingly, No, no, just don't. I mean, this scene's beautiful. Like, the way his voice trembles, the expressions on their faces. Odin doesn't have anything going on with his face. He's just sitting there in disbelief that he must have this conversation with his child. He now has to tell him all this, and he has to come clean about it because he's found out. And, this is a day he's dreaded, clearly, right? No. Purpose, and you can see he's getting a little annoyed. He has no response. Tell me! He's angry. He's upset, but he's not upset with his father. He's upset with the situation. It's not surface level emotion. It's complex, right? And here's Odin giving his justification, right? Now Loki is the one that stands in disbelief. Confusion. What does he mean? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. It's logical, but why? It changes Loki's perception of himself. He doesn't understand himself to be anything more than a pawn now, a plaything. And he says, I'm another of your relics. I'm another of your stolen relics. To be here until I'm useful. And Odin's first motion is to get defensive. Why did you twist my words? He moves, he scoffs with that head turn, right? Yeah. Why didn't you tell me, I was trying to protect you from the truth. Why? Because I'm the monster, I'm evil? Because in Asgardian culture, the frost giant in myth would have been what they tell them, their kids, right? What they tell themselves about the frost giants. They're like, oh, the frost giants are evil and terrible and all this. And Loki's one of them. So how would you explain that to the Asgardian people? What would they think of him? And now Odin is laid low by the Odin sleep, right? He's old, he's weary, It's something that Laufey in the beginning of the film mentions, right? He sees Odin, he says, you look tired, all father. He's taunting him. And so, here comes Loki. His rage brings him upward. This is the staging. This is the drama that you no longer have in Marvel films. They just throw the characters wherever in the scene. Shot, reaction shot, basic, we're done here. Odin is low, and he reaches to his son, trying to get him to understand. But now Loki rises to power through his anger. He lets his emotions subsume him, and then Odin falls still. Look at this framing from this doorway. They could have framed it any other way. They frame it here to focus your attention. Right? Look at the eyes. Look at his fucking eyes, dude. There is a genuine son in there who feels for his father. He says nothing, and yet you know exactly the meaning of this scene. The meaning of this shot. What have I done? He doesn't even want to touch him. He's afraid to touch him because he might make it worse. The one hand comes in. And he checks his pulse. So tentative, so gentle. He's in disbelief. His father, the mighty Odin, laid low by the Odin sleep. What has he done? He's agitated his father. Oh, God. And so, he genuinely regrets what he did to his father. He feels so bad about it. He genuinely, and it's all said in his face. No dialogue, no preconceptions, no nothing. No nothing. Just, if Taika Waititi had a hold of that scene, you know what he would have done when Odin falls down and is dying? Do you know what he would have done? he would have just had Loki have his back turned, and then, we would have heard Odin fall down, and then Loki would have turned around and said, he would have been monologuing to himself as Odin was like gripping his chest and hamming it up. That's what Taika Waititi would have written. This was when we had Thor the Thespian. This is when we had a space opera. This is when we had something genuinely fucking good. Alright? Now, I retweet this, obviously. Anyone saying Ragnarok, or God forbid, Love and Thunder tops this is out of their fucking mind. Just because it has a saturated color palette and Thor being a clown doesn't make it better. In fact, Thor was and always will be better as a thespian dramatis personae than a joke. Because he is. He's supposed to be a god. But not really a god, an alien god. Which is established in Thor Dark World. But then the gods are just gods now? Again, no permanence. They don't care. It's just next product for them. So let's see. We have, this, right? People's criticism of Taika's Thor movies are so funny to me. Taika ruined him. Thor was great before. You mean he when he had a personality of a stoic wooden chair? Like, bro. On brand Marvel bland. Like, what kind of description is that for Thor? Like, bro. Spoof emotes only when it's time to tell a joke. Everywhere else he has poker face. Yeah. Rewatched all the Thors and Taikas is so immediately bursting with character and charisma. The others have a special place in my heart, but Ragnarok is streets ahead. Sure. Sure it is. And so, what did I post to this? What do y'all think I posted to this? Posted response? Thor versus Odin. Odin taking his power. Because, someone... Oh, you mean when he was a wooden chair? Y'all want to see Thor and Thor 1 again? Do we need to wind back the clock and take another look at it? Because we can do that again. We'll look at it again. Here's the Frost Giants. The tension. Oh, wait. Odin comes in. Odin appears on a war horse with a spear. Look at him! He's fucking intense! We'll finish them together! Silence! Gotta get ad blocker. You're right. I mean, but if we got ad blocker, we wouldn't get to see the baller grannies just tearing up the court. Let's see. Silence! Look at that! Look at the change in his face! This one emotion! He's like, yay, Dad's here! We're gonna keep kicking all their asses, right? Silence. He's telling his kids, shut up. Don't talk. The adults are talking. Sit down. That's what Odin is saying when he says silence. The change. His smile is gone. And he realizes, oh shit, Dad's serious. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Also, can we talk about how the fucking giants in this look great, but the one in Love and Thunder looks terrible? This is a real human person with real human, face and everything, and they painted him, and they put prosthetics and stuff on him, and did this, right? Let's look at the accompanying shot. I think it's Rapu is the god. What's his name? One of the gods. Oh, not Rap God. Fuck off, I don't want Rap God. Who is Gore's god? Who is the god that... I can't find this now. Who's the god that Gore worships? Yeah, who is he? What's his fucking name? I'm trying to find the thing. The name of the first god he kills is... Rapu. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm fucking misspelling things. Where is he? I can't fucking see it. Of course. Of course this doesn't get posted. Maybe it'll come up if I look for the actor. Nope, doesn't come up. There's a shot in Love and Thunder. I'm just gonna look up Gore killing... Yeah, Gore kills Rapu. I want to see this. All right, cool, great, wonderful. Can I see an image of it? No, of course I can't see a fucking image of it. So this is ripped off, obviously, but... So it looks fucking terrible in the film. Look at, like... Yeah, and if I had a proper fucking shot of it, you would see, like, he just looks fucking weird as a larger individual, because it's almost like they shot it, and then they scaled him up in the scene, or scaled the scene down around him. So he just looks goofy. It looks goofy, but this looks fine. Because we got that forced perspective thing going on, so it looks like they're next to each other. It's the same trick they used in Lord of the Rings to make Gandalf look bigger than the hobbits. Like, that's how they always made people in Lord of the Rings look bigger than the hobbits, because they would shoot them at a particular angle, and that would... It's called forced perspective. And notice how, like, they're not trying to capture them both in the same shot often. They're using shot reverse shot for this. You look weary.
Laufey, end this now.
Your boys sought this out.
Yeah.
You're right.
The dramatize here. They all look to Thor. They all looked at Thor. Did you see that? Did you understand what it was?
Laufey, end this now.
Wait for it.
Your boys sought this out.
Your boy sought this out. First he looks.
You're right.
They look. And there he is. They all look to Thor. Why? They're concerned that Thor is now the focus, and that Thor is in trouble.
These are the actions of
That's
a
the
boy.
look.
Treat them as such. You and I can end this here now.
Right? Odin's trying to make peace.
We are beyond diplomacy.
See now, All-Father. He'll get what he came for.
What he came for. War and death.
So good. Dialogue. So be it. Oh. Frost, let's go. Here comes the Bifrost. They go back to Asgard, right? So good. We get this lingering shot of the villain. Look at his eyes. He doesn't even tilt his head. He just looks upward into his brow, looking at the sky. Doesn't even need to tilt his head to fully look up. Doesn't care. Look at that. It looks fucking awesome.
Why did you bring us back?
You realize what you've done, what you've started?
I was protecting my home.
You cannot even protect your friends. How can you hope to protect the kingdom? Get into the healing room. No!
There won't be a kingdom to protect if you're afraid to act.
They're arguing,
The
right?
Jotuns must learn to fear me, just as they once feared you.
So, Thor is throwing a tantrum like a child.
That's pride and
Loki is standing here, calm, reserved, his typical manner,
not leadership. You've forgotten everything
just
I taught
observing.
you. But a warrior's patience.
Now, notice, what are the parallels we can draw from before, right? When we saw when Loki argued with Odin, he took over, right? He sought power. Watch Thor. Thor is lower, right? YouTube really got on your ass so fast. Oh, did they? Oh, did they do the thing? Did they really do the thing again? Yo! Oh my god, did YouTube actually do the thing again? Zemax, where it's like, oh, well, it's temporarily suspended because of thing. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna just turn the audio off so they can't recognize it through that. And then I'm gonna do a thing where, like, let me find I need to find some way of fucking this image up. So we're gonna make it small, okay? And then we're going to, let's see, we'll grab this. Here we go. So we're gonna make it small, and I'm gonna flash this in between it. There, YouTube. Is that fucking transformative enough for you, Susan? You dumb cunt. Fuck yourself. Sideways. Meet me on the street. We'll talk about it. You pieces of shit. It's transformative. Leave it alone, you bastards. Holy shit. Alright, so I guess we're doing this now. So, here he is. They're talking. Thor's there. Oh, great. Great. So I can't even do that because Windows wants to, like, bro, I can't even do it. I can't even do it. Fine. It's here. I'm gonna keep fucking with it. Right? Oh, you're an old man and a fool is what he says. And then here's Odin. He looks down and he's like, wow, I understand. My kid's a little shit now. I'm gonna have to teach him a lesson. Right? But Odin is still in power in this scene. Even to the point where a simple, he makes a noise towards Loki, there you go, problem solved. You know what? Anyway, you guys get the point. Rewatch it if you want to. It's on my Twitter. You can go see, whatever. You can go look it up on YouTube. Policy violations, Reapers are showing clips on YouTube. Yes, I'm actually exactly. What policy violations? I didn't violate any policy. YouTube, I dare you. Bring me to court. Bring your stupid bot into a court to testify against me. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's take your automatic claim system to court, you fucking cunts. Go ahead. I would love to see a judge tell you no, because they would, unless you paid them off. The only way you would get a favorable ruling in this case. Fuck you, YouTube. Anyway, but that was the clip I showed, and that just goes to show, like, how amazing as a thespian he was, right? For Thor. Like, goddamn. And then, we get to, like, this stuff, like, the regression. Like, this is what I was talking about earlier with the way Iron Man looks. The regression of Iron Man in the MCU. Look at this. This is Avengers. This is the first Avengers film. This was Endgame, I believe. Right? Where they're doing the time traveling bit, I think. I don't know. Or the start of Infinity War. I'm not sure. I think it's the beginning of Infinity War. But again, look at it. Look at the difference in it. Scratches, dirt, dings. Fucking real, gritty, solid. Right? Feels good to look at. Smooth, perfect, computer calculated lighting. Completely not there. Doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right to look at. It feels organic and smooth. It doesn't feel like a robot suit. This is a robot suit. Right? I mean, goddamn. Like, this is what I was showing you guys earlier, right? Entirely this. The films leading up to Avengers had defined styles and sense of composition. After that, they slowly became a cluster of things filling the screen. Please, MCU, go back to this. I am begging you, take it down a notch. Yeah, stop putting a bunch of shit in the screen. Right? This is a great point I made about, like, liking a film and, whatever, right? So this person says, Thor Love and Thunder is a comedy. Don't go in expecting a groundbreaking work of cinema. Just shut off your brain and enjoy the movie for what it is. Shut off your brain. Be a moron is what this person's saying with this meme. And so what do I say? Battlefield Earth is a terrible film that can be enjoyed if you just focus on the surface level stuff. So if you guys don't know Battlefield Earth, right? If you look for Battlefield Earth. Battlefield Earth was a movie from 2000, right? And it featured John Travolta and something Pepper. What's his name? Something Pepper. What's his name? What's the cast? John Travolta, Barry Pepper. That's the guy. Barry Pepper. So John Travolta plays the antagonist, Barry Pepper the protagonist, and Forrest Whitaker comes in as sort of the sidekick to the bad guy. It's actually a real, like, again, if you look at it surface level, this film is actually not terrible. The problem is that it could have been way better, and the script was fucked with for like 3 times. The script was majorly revised. So even the original screenwriter, let's see, if I go look this up, it's actually an interview with him on YouTube. Battlefield Earth screenwriter. There's actually an interview with this guy that I watched. Here we go. Yeah, also from Film Courage, right? Same guys that I watched Chris Gore talk about. Battlefield Earth screenwriter explains what happened. So Corey Mandel, if you guys want to look at this, it's Film Courage, right? They posted this thing, the real story, right? Battlefield Earth screenwriter explaining what happened. So Corey Mandel was the screenwriter for Battlefield Earth. He wrote the original screenplay, right? The first one. And then it got revised and fucked with, and then when it hit the screen, it wasn't exactly what he wrote. So that's why the film is kind of crap. Because what the guy actually wanted when he wrote the story was not put on the screen. Who would have thought? That's crazy. When you take creative control away from the guy who actually wrote the story. So Battlefield Earth, John Travolta's the bad guy. He's this big alien named Turl. Yeah, this guy is Turl. That's John Travolta. Forrest Whitaker plays the sidekick to the bad guy. And then Barry Pepper plays this sort of like post-nuclear caveman named Johnny. Yeah, I think his name is Johnny. And so he defeats the aliens, overthrows them, all that, yada yada. And the book is actually like, the Battlefield Earth, a Saga of the Youth, like this kind of crap. So it's like L. Ron Hubbard, stupid, crazy, weird stuff for science, And it's not, and again, this is a movie. This is a crappy B movie, 2.5. I completely agree with these scores. It's a crap movie, right? And the the thing is that it's so weird. I'm gonna show the trailer actually. Let's see the official trailer. Just so you guys get a sense of what this was. And my god, I'm gonna keep doing this, so maybe it'll consider it transformative. I don't know. But this is Battlefield Earth. So if you guys, I'll just leave that there. That'll make it even more transformative. So here's Battlefield Earth. Alien dudes, ship coming down. Like, the graphics are not great, by the way. This is 2000 CGI, so it's not like super great. John Travolta, like, just it's so fucked up. Like, it's all this action and stuff, and it's not actually a bad revolt movie again, but you have to turn your brain off. This is the kind of movie you would expect to turn your brain off with, would be Battlefield Earth, right? So, it's kind of crazy. Anyway, I recommend Battlefield Earth on a personal pleasure, right? This is something I mentioned in my Prey stream, right? When I talked about the Prey franchise, where I came up with this term, instead of guilty pleasure, I say personal pleasure. Because personally, to me, it's a pleasure to watch. So it's a personal pleasure. A personal pleasure is Battlefield Earth. Like, that's one of my personal pleasures. Do I think it's good? Hell no. Do I think you can still watch it and have fun with it? Yeah. I don't think that way about Love and Thunder. I just think it's boring, and I think it's crap, right? But here we go. Battlefield Earth is a terrible film that can be enjoyed if you just focus on surface level stuff, right? Okay. The MCU is supposed to be the best superhero stories Mickey Mouse money can buy. Telling people to lower their intelligence to enjoy something is not the point you think it is. Oh, for fuck's sake, Zemax. You can't be serious! Zemax, you can't be serious. It did not just do that again. You can't be serious. Oh my god, no. I'm gonna go check on it right now. Christ. Your stream was temporarily blocked. Guys, let's understand this. Let's understand this. YouTube temporarily blocked my stream because I played in like 480p while my mouse in theater mode with a banner ad over it and all this shit. No sound on. I'm talking the entire time, and they still fucking hated that I showed the Battlefield Earth official fucking trailer that's on their platform. That's clearly fair use because it was left up. That video has not been removed. That channel has not been removed. So YouTube is okaying the thing to be on the platform, but if I show it to you, then it's a problem. God, please go fuck yourself, YouTube. I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of garbage. But yeah, like, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. I don't know how much of that got blocked, so I don't know. But let me recap the major points. Battlefield Earth, terrible film. But if you shut your brain off and watch it, you can watch it and enjoy it. It's a personal pleasure of mine. Personal pleasure, I use that term instead of guilty pleasure because you shouldn't be guilty about the things you like. And then so yeah, Battlefield Earth is an example. These guys, like, lowering your intelligence to watch something, like shutting your brain off to watch something like Battlefield Earth is fine. Don't tell me to shut my brain off to watch an MCU movie. These are supposed to be good movies. It's supposed to be superhero, like, fucking good movies. Anyway, let's see. Is there anything else in here? I don't think so. I think it's no. Let's see. Anything else here? I mean, look at this. Like, I'm not even gonna play this because I'm scared of YouTube now. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna see if we're even live again. I don't know. I don't know if we're even like back yet. I'm just fucking lost. No longer being blocked. Okay. The fact that my stream can be interrupted, like, it's not even that I have to deal with copyright claims, automatic copyright claims after the fact in the VOD. I have to deal with this in the middle of streaming. Garbage. Fucking garbage. Anyway, so I'm not going to play this because I'm fucking scared to death of what YouTube's going to do now, right? Because they're so fucking offended by me showing 3 seconds of something. So yeah, let's see. So this guy said, I'm not some avid Thor 1 defender, but this is literally supposed to be a high point of his hubris. This doesn't make the point you think. So this person's saying, oh, Thor was never serious, right? He wasn't serious, you remember. This person didn't watch the first Thor movie. They don't fucking understand what the plot was. They don't understand that. You know, fun. They made him fun before that he was boring, right? This take of like, you know, serious and noble. Thor is better than whatever they turn the character into. Exactly. Whatever the fuck they turn him into. You know. And then let's see. He wasn't as serious as you remember. No, he was. He very much was. We've been over that. So yeah, and I said actually is making a perfect point. Thor was a brat. He got humbled. He was learning to be better. What Taika did was fun, but Endgame should have been a reset button. Let Thor be king properly. Let him be be the god he is supposed to be. Exactly. This is what I mean when I say I want Thespian Thor back. Verbose language and grandiose actions are interesting. If you won't let me have this, Marvel, at least have the decency to take the character away completely. The idea that at this point I'm so done with Marvel's nonsense with the cinematic universe and Disney's bullshit and all this, the fact that at this point I'm so done with it that I would rather a character I like be killed off completely and I never get to have that character again if it spares them this kind of shit where they get transformed into a walking joke like with Taika Waititi and all the other nonsense. It's so ridiculous. Like, bruh, this guy, fucking hilarious, right? Yeah, James Gunn's the next one to go down after Taika Waititi. Sorry, but it's facts. The Josh Whedon era of cringe, quip-filled filmmaking over. What the fuck? Like, this is the opposite extreme where they're like, nah, fuck all that Taika Waititi shit. Anything fun in comics is bad. Like, no, stop. We're at the stage where parody of superheroes is getting the most reaction, but The Boys is not a parody, it's satire. If you look up the definitions of the words, parody is not. Like, there's specific use cases for both. Also, here's some of Grind's work. I love Grind. They make awesome little froggies. Fantastic. Also, Dylan McCree. Fantastic. Love their work. I mean, dude, they used this fucking lightning bolt motif for 3 of these. It's so terrible. DC's not doing much better. You know, we're talking Marvel. Let's see. Oh shit, this media got disabled response to report by copyright owner. Oof, unfortunate. You know, and then like this is I didn't really talk about it that much over here, other than obviously here's my thing to talking to James Bush. I'm still setting that up. Supposed to interview him about his work on Predator Dark Ages. But yeah, you guys kind of feel my feelings now with the MCU. Phase 1, great opening. Phase 2, great continuance. Phase 3, it got us to Endgame. Okay, like there might have been 1 or 2 hitches along the way, but you know that's fine because it got us to Endgame and Infinity War and the Infinity War trilogy of Part 1, Part 2, and then Endgame. Like, all right, cool, great. And then everything else that came after, everything in Phase 4, a fucking disappointment. Here's how you do it, Marvel. Here's how you do it. You want to know how to do it? Go ahead and just listen to me for 30 seconds. Everything you're doing needs to go back to this. You need to go back to letting your characters be serious, letting your directors direct the way they see fit and not pushing them on any particular thing. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Don't micromanage too much. Just let it be. Let them make cool movies for you. It's fine, you know? But also, can we stop the floating head fucking thing of, like, bunch of people on a poster, you know? It's so dumb. Yeah, anyway. But yeah, that's all you have to do, Marvel. Take it back to Phase 1 and Phase 2. Let us have that. Give me Blade with blood. You want to impress me, Marvel? You want to impress me, Disney? You want to make me give a shit about the MCU? Next year, when Blade comes out, I better see blood. I need blood, because he's a goddamn vampire hunter. There has to be blood. I need blood. I need Silver killing vampires, them exploding. I need gratuitous violence on vampires. I need him absolutely whooping ass. That's what I need. Don't give me any mystical nonsense. Don't give me the Earth is in danger. Don't give me any of that crap. Just show Blade hunting vampires. That's all you have to show me, is Blade hunting vampires. That's it. That's all it is. It's real simple. It's real fucking simple, isn't it? Blade hunts vampires. Keep it simple, stupid. Alright? Alright? But yeah, that's been the downfall of the MCU, guys. We keep making characters into nonsense. We keep having all this woke shit, nonsense, bullshit everywhere. I don't need it. Nobody needs it. Stop with all the jokes. Stop with making characters into other characters. So Ironheart, fucking forget Ironheart. Let her be her own person. Like, she models herself after Iron Man. Great. Why the fuck is she called Ironheart? Like, at this point, you might as well just call her Iron Woman. You might as well. Ironheart, what a name. Fucking hell. You know? And God, Marvel, can you stop encouraging these fucking normies to go see your movie? I don't want normies at the movies that clap for anything. I don't want people coming out thinking Thor Love and Thunder was a 10 out of 10 amazing fun comedy film. Okay, I don't want that. What I want is movies that make sense. If you want to be a fan of Marvel stuff, you want to be a fan of superheroes and nerdy shit, whatever, you want to come over here, I got you. Don't change the films to fit some sort of mainstream audience. Don't do that. Okay? Because it alienates other people and it makes your product look worse because your stories get worse, your characters are cheapened, everything becomes a product. Stop it, Disney. Stop it. Fucking spare me, dude. Spare me. Also, can we please, like, Disney, I'll take 2. This is my offer. Give me at most, like, I'll take 2 Marvel films a year and 1 TV show. That has, like, if you must involve the TV shows in the cinematic universe. 2 movies and a TV show. That's your limit. Now, if you make stuff on the side, that is side content, that's not canon, but you think, hey, we'll just make it its own thing. Like Netflix Defenders. If you guys are going to bring us more of Netflix Defenders, fine, I'll accept that. Because Defenders, keep Defenders in its own universe. That's where you guys should start, Disney. That's where you should start doing the R-rated stuff. Main focus cinema? Disney. MCU. Cool. You want to do your bullshit in the MCU? Fine. R-rated, blood, swearing, and other nonsense, other crazy shit, right? Netflix Defenders type stuff. Make it the Defenders universe. Don't make it related, right? Don't make it, similar events. Make it like a splitting point in the timeline where, like, they got their own shit going on. Anywho. That's it for the stream. Think you guys know where I stand on the Marvel right now, and as of right now, I'm just done. DC has been a thorough disappointment. One thing I can say for DC, they never tried too hard. They really didn't. At least you knew. At least you knew DC was going to be garbage from their track record. You knew their films weren't going to be that great. From all the films we've seen, they started out the gate, they were terrible, right? But there's the occasional exceptions, You had Wonder Woman was kind of fun. Aquaman was kind of fun. The other ones are crap. Man of Steel, I like Man of Steel on a personal artistic level. But again, I can see why other people don't like it. And I can see there's a lot of room for potential and things you can improve. So I'll give it that Man of Steel is not that great. I still think it's pretty fucking good, though. But yeah, no. At least DC has the decency to not act like they're the greatest thing in the fucking world. Woo! It's like, no, we know DC's garbage. We at least know that. So I don't feel the need to go see it, right? And I saw the new Batman movie. I saw The Batman. I think it's 10 out of 10. That was a great fucking film. Mainly because it doesn't deal with all the other cape shit that they've been doing. But DC, garbage. Marvel, becoming garbage. But Marvel is acting like if you don't like it, you're a terrible person. No, if I don't like it, I don't like it. And I'm going to go read Ripa's book, okay? I'm going to go watch The Boys. I'm going to go watch Invincible. I'm going to rewatch the Spider-Man trilogy from Sam Raimi. I'm going to rewatch Blade, right? It's all the fucking entertainment I need is to go back. I got all of Heroes that I can go. The Heroes got like 5 seasons, didn't it? Hold on. At 4. There's 4 seasons of Heroes, 10 seasons of Smallville, 6 seasons of Lost. Before television went to crap, we actually had some interesting stuff to watch. I can rewatch all the Batman movies from the 80s and 90s. Simple. I have that's the problem, is right now I have alternatives. If those ever somehow disappear, which I doubt, but, then we'll be in trouble. But that's the thing Marvel's forgetting, is people are going to get sick of it. They're going to walk away from it. You're going to start seeing those box office numbers go lower and lower. Because people like me are just going to drop off. And, you're not seeing the normie ticket sales for movies translate to comic sales. Because they don't care about comics. They don't care about the characters. They want to see product, because product from brand. That's all these people go to the theater for. They see advertising. They get interested. They watch it. They think it's great. They go see the next one. If you like it, that's fine. Just know that you are actively making it worse every time you act like Thor: Love and Thunder was good, or Shang-Chi was good, or Eternals was good. Every time you act like this shit from the Phase 4 has been good at all, like, guys, every time you give them, like, oh yeah, 10 out of 10, or, fucking 9 out of 10, every time you give them a highly positive score, it just gets worse. That's what happens. Stop giving them your attention. Stop giving them your money. We're done. So now, basically, I've reached the point where every fucking thing that I see from Marvel, I'm now just going to roll my eyes at, and I'm just going to be like, oh god, another one? The franchise fatigue is real, man. It's not that there's too many. I love this stuff. I love it. The problem is, my fragile soul can only take so much of this garbage that Disney's been spewing out before it finally snaps. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. Okay? If everything you made was great, I'd be watching it. Okay? If all your movies, if everything in Phase 4 was coming out like shit in Phase 1, I would be so down for it. But it's not. It's a bunch of other nonsense. It's a bunch of other garbage. It's a bunch of shit nobody's asking for. You're making it, and then the fans who are asking for very specific things, we know what we want, and you're not giving it to us. Well, sucks to be you, Marvel, because I don't care. Fuck your movies. They're terrible now. You've taken everything I liked about it, and you're ruining it. You're ruining it. I will say one thing. It has been a great motivator for me in my spare time to really seriously begin writing my own comics, my own heroes, and creating my own content. The one good thing to come out of the MCU, the one good thing to come out of the comics and all this other nonsense with superhero storytelling, is that people like me have a motivating extrinsic force that's like, that thing's terrible. I can do better. So I'm going to go do better. Right? That's the one saving grace of the MCU so far. Because it just went downhill so fast. Anyway, that's it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. YouTube, sit and fucking spin. I hate you. Deep in my soul. Okay? I say it with my whole chest. Fuck off and die. I'm so sick of you. Goddamn YouTube and their goddamn bots. Anyway, that is it for the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams. I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.